everyone. Delighted to see you again. I'm so excited for so many reasons. There are so many pieces of good news that I'm happy to tell you about. Some of you know some of these pieces of good news. Some of you may not.
No, but
okay.
we're done the team.
In fact, in a couple of minutes, I'll ask you, in fact, what other successes you may know of and or like to share. Hello, Chrissy. Enjoy your lunch. Help yourself to more if you'd like. Share it with Robert.
Yeah, I got it.
He's a growing man. I just shook his hand. He shook my arm off. Yes, we had a great discussion yesterday. I know we'll have a great discussion today again, because today's discussion is about co-create the plan, building from our previous sessions. Anybody care to venture a guess? How does this different from the title, Forge the Bond? What was the goal of that topic, Forge the Bond? Between...
Get everybody together.
Nurses.
Get who together?
Staff.
Team together. So co-create the plan is, after having done that, build good relationships with each other, it's then build relationship with the patient. Co-create the plan with the patient. So that's the focus today. And I'm delighted to share with you, before we go into that, a couple of success stories. First one comes to us from some of your colleagues on Formonte. In fact, this is a letter that was shared by a patient. We'll call her Mrs. DL. And she was admitted recently, had multiple comorbidities, and she said, I've been through a lot. I lost my mother a month ago. My father is ill with Parkinson's. I can't say enough about how the staff cared for me and made me feel. Remember that quote we heard earlier and or discussed about how you make people feel. That's what they'll remember. We talked about making memorable patient experiences, and in fact, when you were writing your cards about an experience you had, we talked about what part of that was memorable. They gave me back my life, and I want someone to know I can finally go home and see my father. She complimented the nurse manager. She complimented the whole team. In fact, Mrs. DL is a previous employee here. Welcome. Perfect timing. And she said, I've seen a lot during that time, and I can tell you that this staff is above and beyond. I have trouble finding the words, but I hope you understand how much this means to me. So kudos to that team. And by the way, I know many of you are doing, hello, good to see you all. Everybody often does these things with patients, but maybe you don't always get the benefit of receiving a letter or the kudos directly from patient or family. So perhaps vicariously you can take credit for this success, because I know many of you are doing these things. In fact, Jackie McCarthy may be here a little bit later, and a little hint scores are. So here's another success that I wanted to tell you about. By the way, those who just joined us, Erin, Sibby, I'm sorry, forgive me. Sibby, good to have you here. In a minute, I'll ask you for any successes or any good stuff you'd like to share with us. Here's another one. This one actually comes to us from recognizing, in fact, one of the nurse practitioners, Marissa. How do you pronounce her last name? Persaud? Who here works with Marissa or on that team? Anyone?
I know.
Oh, okay. And so here's a letter that was received, and this patient's sister wrote, my sister, I knew when she was here was in great hands because the nurses told my family, don't worry, we're going to do everything in our power to help your sister. They hugged us and made us feel that there was hope. Welcome, Charlie. So that goes to, remember the session we had, creating a great first impression? And also the HCAHPS question, how often did the nurse or doctor treat with courtesy and respect? So made us feel like there was hope. Maybe you don't often appreciate how much your words do mean, but those reassurances that you do offer give patients often a lot of hope. And I bet you have many stories, many more than I know about. In fact, I know this is a bit of an eye chart, but I'll just pick out some of the pieces where my sister fought and was taken back to the RCU, where I met Marissa. She's a nurse practitioner, and she's remarkable. She stayed on the phone with me every day for more than 30 minutes just to make sure I understood exactly what was going on with my little sister. She was so patient with me and my family. Now, I know, granted, it's not always possible to spend that amount of time with every patient each time, but in this case, she did, and she was recognized for it, and the family was just delighted. Let me tell you, we're not the easiest group of people to deal with. And I bet, and I'd be curious to hear from you, often patients and family, after their moments of extreme anxiety, extreme frustration, confusion, I've often heard them reveal, like, I'm sorry we were so difficult in that moment. We understand, that we asked a lot of you, and we appreciate it. So if they don't thank you, I bet when they go home, they think about it, even if they don't recognize you immediately in the moment. So this patient's sister said, I'd call upset and yelling at her, and she would listen. And hint, hint, that goes toward the question, HCAP's question, how often did the nurse doctor listen well? And by the end of the conversation, she, Marissa, was able to turn my anger into understanding. Boy, isn't that difficult. So in a little while, one of the things we'll talk about today is the difference between IQ and EQ, intelligence quotient versus the emotional intelligence quotient, and how all of you are doing this on a regular basis, but understanding the emotions of others. Your emotional intelligence is high in order to be able to influence people and turn their anger into understanding and things like that. So I know you do this all on a regular basis, so keep doing it. So again, this goes to co-create the plan, which is what we're going to talk today. And these comments also reflect that other HCAPS question, how often did the nurse or doctor explain well? And when my sister was awake and able to talk, Marissa encouraged my sister every day to keep fighting. Those words of encouragement really meant a lot to that family. So, anybody know about this case or have anything to add that I don't know about? Wants to add anything? Okay. We're talking about success stories, those who just joined us. And here's another one. And other staff members were recognized, many others that you may know. Julie Jack is in this program as well, so I wanted to take a moment to recognize her. And look at the last sentence. We are thankful that my sister was taken and treated at North Shore University Hospital in Manhattan. So again, bravo to all of you and your colleagues. Here's the next one. And Mary, I'm glad you're here because I wanted to say, good job. Here's a letter that came from a patient and family member, and they wanted to recognize Mary Lawrence. So Mary, if I may point out a couple of words, and then I'd love to hear, if you remember, do you know who this patient was?
Yes.
Okay. Let me point out some words, and maybe you can fill in the blanks for us. So a couple of words, Mary Lawrence, a wonderful, compassionate person who kept my family informed. Of course, that goes toward the question, perhaps how often did the nurse doctor explain well? I cut and pasted bits and pieces of this letter to keep the identities private. Next, the letter says, she was extremely busy, yet she listened to my concerns, explained, etc. So, how often did the nurse or doctor listen well, explain well, and then also treat with courtesy and respect? She was not insulted by my inquisitive nature. Tell us more, Mary. I'd love to hear more. First of all, congratulations. Am I exasperating you? I think this is a wonderful success. Bravo.
I don't know.
What do you remember?
What brought me here, in regards to all my experiences in life, to be able to understand people, and to understand that their loved ones, all they do is care, they do care about, and they have a lot of anxiety with the ones that, in the bed, and they have a lot of questions. So, did what I was supposed to do.
Well, it was.
So I don't know what else to say. I was shocked she was a lawyer afterwards. I had no idea.
That the family member was the lawyer. Yes. And I remember the letterhead had the law firm's name on it. So bravo. So well done to you and to teammates. And again, those of you who are doing all of these wonderful things, but you may not receive a letter, just keep doing them. Patients do appreciate them. So let me turn it over to you. Any successes or things you'd like to share? That's okay. If not now, this is not a forever or...
Jim, I had someone was leaving today.
Oh.
And I just visited prior to her departure. And she was comparing her present visit to one she did 10 years ago.
Oh.
And I mentioned the situation that at night, she asked the nurse 10 years ago to bring her suitcase. She wanted her suitcase. And the nurse stated, I can't do it. She got up from her bed and got it herself. Right?
The suitcase was in the room?
In her closet.
Oh, okay.
Where it was. He said today, in comparison with today, she was in trouble with whatever was happening. Nurses were off the ball, everybody was doing their thing, coming in, visiting, talking, discussing her final care. She was so much, she was comparing this visit or the hospital to a 4-star, I mean, yes. And then the day when next was also leaving, he said, oh my God, this is the top, whatever, tower. Yes.
Wow.
So that's what the feedback I'm getting.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Great story. Thank you for sharing that, Anand.
Well, healthcare is in a different place today.
Yep.
Totally different.
What is that attributed to?
I think our society is, and our kids are doing it because it's in the schools too. You know, I mean, there's so much focus on what rights and privileges and being able to say what you have to say, whereas there was a lot of reluctance years ago.
I mean, patient satisfaction is, just customer satisfaction has come a long way in every industry, I think. So I couldn't agree more. Were you going to say something?
Just
Okay.
the whole thing of technology.
Technology,
you know,
definitely.
Making smarter
Right.
consumers, so they're looking to see and
Like you said, they expect
more, because every place is getting better patient
It
better
is.
satisfaction.
There's more transparency
Customer
and more competition.
Right,
Cindy?
that's what I was gonna say,
Oh.
competition.
Yeah.
If they don't get it here, they'll go somewhere.
And information is much, much different. The information flow is much, much different than 10 years ago, right? So we can now just do a quick search and get reviews on,
Right.
should I go to Manhasset, or should I go to New Hyde Park, or should I go elsewhere, right? And you get real-time reviews. So it puts more pressure on you, right, to deliver great service, which is hard. It makes your jobs even harder than they already are. Still incredibly important, your jobs. And you're doing it with grace and succeeding. So good job. Keep going. Here's another piece of great feedback. It's back Dr. Lawrence Belletti. And this piece of feedback comes from a colleague, a social worker with whom he worked. That team, I learned yesterday, is working with a particular very difficult patient who's been here for quite some time. And the social worker said he did a wonderful job with this patient, and he was so patient himself and kind and really took the time to listen. It was great to work with him. So again, that goes toward the question, how often did the nurse doctor explain well, even though this was about a colleague. So I just wanted to take a moment to share with you some of the work that we've been doing, some of the work that you have offered, and I've been grateful in shadowing some of you, and some of you I will be shadowing in the future. I wanted to tell you a little bit about what we have been doing, and I will continue to do. So to remind you, this shadow coaching cascade model, I've had the pleasure to work with a couple of the doctors, Evan Lucas, Dr. Belletti. I will be working more with some RNs and some NPs. I have had the pleasure to work also with Susan Lee in pharmacy, and everybody's done a wonderful job, and I learned a ton each time I shadowed them, and we just have a dialogue. It's a confidential dialogue first. I share observations. They share observations with me. Jim, here's what I could use your help with next time. What do you think of this? And we just kick around ideas again. And then after we debrief, if that person feels like they want to share the information with the rest of the group, then we share it. But it's not a requirement. And then the idea is that each person, after they have been observed, then they would observe somebody else. And that's kind of how we move the model forward. So if you're interested, let me know. Again, I learn a lot from you and from your patients through this process. So here's a little overview of where we've been and where we are going these 6 months. You remember, Forge the Bond, we had a report out, then Great First Impressions last time. And by the way, anybody have anything that you remember from Great First Impression? Anything that you remember from last session? Anybody want to volunteer something? Caitlin, perfect timing, welcome. Anything that you remember? What do you remember from last time? Anything about Great First Impression or anything about the session? Michelle.
They appreciated the lab coat and like clean appearance.
Appearance, definitely, we talked about. Anything else?
Body language.
Body language, what do you remember about that? Jasur?
Things you're supposed to do, like, crossing your arms or playing with your hair.
Right, good. Anybody else?
Also talk about your team.
Talking up your team?
When you're speaking with a patient, so that they know that there's a team behind you, and that we're all working working together.
Definitely. Great. So we'll build from those previous discussions towards today's topic about co-create the care plan. It's always about relationship-based care, building relationships with each other in order to build great relationships with patients. Hint, hint, a little bit of homework you'll have plenty of time to work on today. It'll be your fourth behavior. One of the documents you have in front of you is the list of behaviors, your previous three. Today, you'll select a fourth, and today you'll be able to work with a colleague, or you can work individually. Your goal today is building from what we did last time, and that is refine your behaviors, make sure that they are specific behaviors. We'll go through examples later on, but some of you, again, you have the right idea, but maybe you wrote something like sitting more. Well, that's too broad. More specifically is, I will try to sit with every one of my patients. And then the thing we'll focus on today is, how will you audit that? So if I have 5 patients today, one way to audit is, okay, today I was able to sit with 3 out of 5 patients. Well, the 2 other rooms, they don't really have a chair or a windowsill or something. I got to figure out a way tomorrow I can do 4 out of 5. That's how we're talking. Just so it's easy, so it's achievable, patients appreciate it. So that's what we'll talk about later. Here is our dialogue for today. Co-create the plan. Why? I'm going to ask you that question in 1 minute. Tell me why you think that's even important. Of course, hint, one of the things we'll mention is many clinicians, you feel more satisfied when you're able to do it well. How do you co-create the plan? I'll be eager to hear from you and your best practices. We saw some examples in those letters of gratitude from patients and their family members. What we've spoken about briefly in the past, and I've heard some of you, sometimes I say, let's focus on patient satisfaction, and I hear some of you saying, patients, what about our satisfaction? We're important too. And I'm like, yes, I couldn't agree more, and that is true. In fact, it's very true. If you're not satisfied, if you're not whole, if you're not feeling okay, it's going to be really hard for you to provide great customer service or great patient service. So we'll briefly today look at caring for the caregiver for you, and we'll look at a continuum that looks at burnout and resilience. And all of us, whether we're in healthcare or not, have days where we're more toward the burnout side and or feeling stronger and more confident and more toward the resilient side. We'll just look at it to get a sense of awareness, and you can check it in yourselves, because we all kind of ebb and flow, our energy levels, and there's some days that are harder than others, some days that are more rewarding than others. We'll look out for ourselves and for each other. So we'll have a moment to spend time there. Then, 3 levels of listening. After that, we'll compare and contrast the IQ, intelligence quotient, versus the emotional intelligence quotient, and how that can help you, in fact, find more enjoyment in your roles and connect with patients as well as with your colleagues. And then last, we'll bring that back to how does that apply to HCAHPS. You have actually an actual HCAHPS survey. Every one of you has a survey in front of you. If you want to see what the patients get, you have a printout. You can look at that. We're going to go through that later on. And then last is your behavioral commitments. So, any comments, thoughts, concerns at the moment? Okay, let's keep going. 3 quick announcements for anybody next time in October, our Thursday session. I know you all typically attend Wednesdays. Instead of beginning at 3 p.m. next month, the Thursday session is going to begin at noon and end at 3. Another point I wanted to mention, how many are not getting emails from me? Okay, sorry about that, Sibby. So what I want to remind you all is, for some, the email is going directly to the spam filter. Check that, or tell me, and I'll send it to you again, and then you have to click on my address so it's recognized by your system and it doesn't go into the spam filter. So sorry about that. Let me work with you directly so that doesn't happen again. Sorry. And last, December 16th, there's a date on that Experience This newsletter that you have in front of you. You're all going to be doing report outs on that day. Whether it's 1 meeting for all of you or 4 meetings is to be determined, but save the date, December 16th.
16?
Correct. What does it say there, Esther?
No, I just wrote 17, so.
December report out, 16th. Yes. Great. So, a request, as we've done in the past, as you know, when we summarize, I ask you to volunteer just 1 or 2 things that you took away from the session today. Anybody willing to volunteer? Either something that, it can be positive, neutral, or negative that you took away from the session today. I would love to have at least a nurse, at least an NP, at least an MD, person from pharmacy. Who would like to volunteer? Can I ask a favor in the back? Chrissy, can I ask you? Would you mind sharing? Thank you very much. I know that was like an involuntary request to volunteer. Thank you.
She's a good sport.
She is a good sport. Who else would like to volunteer one or two things that they take away? Everybody get really quiet now. Chrissy.
I'll volunteer.
Thank you, Mary. Kareem, good to have you back. Would you mind volunteering a thought?
I guess so.
I love the enthusiasm. It can be anything. It can be a piece of information that you took away or something that you came up with. Where are the physicians in the room?
There's only two of us.
I know you shared last time. Could you share, Esther? Thank you. Do we have a nurse practitioner? Oh, we do. Mary, we have an RN. Who else would like? Anybody else? Okay, this is not a speak now or forever hold your peace. We'd love to hear your thoughts later on, so thank you. So, now I ask you, why is it important to co-create the plan? So, let me ask Erin, if you don't mind. Erin, what do you think? We've spoken about co-creating the plan with patients. Why should we even bother? Why should you even be here for a few hours?
Well, I mean, the patient should be involved in their plan, so they should be informed every step of the way, and their input is important also.
Definitely. So from the patient's perspective, any other thoughts?
Well, I think a team is very important because you get different suggestions and recommendations, and you get a more objective type of plan. There could be different ideas,
Most
better
definitely.
ideas.
So you have a multitude of ideas coming from the team
Right.
to co-create and from the
And
family.
everybody has their own specialties too.
For sure. So let's just go through a couple of points that support what you just said. Why co-create the plan? This is a bit of a brief review because it's important to patients. The little link that you can't see there, it's kind of far away, but it's in your notes, is that the 2004 Harris poll showed that patients value their physicians' interpersonal skills more than their medical skills. People like me, I don't know how to evaluate your technical skills, how good you are, but I understand how you make me feel. And to your point about these days and Anand's story and what Mary said earlier, the healthcare is much different than it was 10 years ago. And people do have higher expectations, right? And information travels fast. So it's important to patients. In addition, interpersonal skills actually enhance clinical quality. You know, I had the pleasure to work with a physician a couple of years ago, and she was relatively new to her role. And I said, what do you think about this? And she said, I only do what's medically necessary. And I said, well, do you think developing a relationship and developing trust is medically necessary? And she said, not necessarily. I said, well, what about, how do you get patients to open up? And she just didn't think about that. So we just had a little more of a dialogue. And then actually her mother got sick. And I said, when your mother got sick, who did you want to care for her? And she picked out another physician and a nurse who had very good interpersonal skills. And I said, why did you pick them? She said, well, they made my mom and dad feel relaxed, and they built up trust. So I think inherently she knew it, but it took her a while to really kind of understand it. And patients who are satisfied do you notice this, tend to be more compliant with the plan? You were talking about that earlier, Erin.
I think they have to understand it.
They understand. Yeah, most definitely, because they've had some say in it. Sure. And so providers who feel like they're successful in this feel like they are enjoying their roles more. Oh, and by the way, providers who happen to have good rapport tend to get sued less. That's a fact. There are a lot of studies. You're laughing. Have you heard that, or does that not seem true?
I mean,
There are lots of data out there. In fact, does anybody know about this I'm sorry law? Do you know about the I'm sorry law? It's a law, because in the past, you can imagine, in the past, behind closed doors, if there was a sentinel event or something like that, the lawyers and the doctors of a team would be in the back room, like, what should we reveal to family and patient? And they'd be going like this. Well, the data show that if the team says, I'm sorry, and they had a relationship, the family is less likely to sue. And you now can say, I'm sorry, without being legally reliable. And so, again, all of that information supports the fact that people who have good rapport with patients get sued less. So, in fact, the I'm sorry law is fact. Go look at it on Google. Sorry.
No, I just find, in, all my years here, we used to be told years ago when, a patient died, don't say I'm sorry to the family. Say, I'm sorry about your loss, but don't say I'm sorry because they could misconstrue that you made a mistake.
As
Or
culpability.
somebody made a mistake, so.
Great point.
That's interesting.
So this is another point, 10 years on, how the thinking has evolved, right? And basically, I think, generally speaking, it's a good thing. I don't know how you feel. I think it's a good thing for you because it offers you more protection. And it enables you, God forbid, when things do go wrong or not as good as planned, if you have that relationship and you say, I'm sorry, parents and family members, of patients are more likely to say, well, Mila and Cindy, they did everything for us. They worked hard. We know it didn't have the best outcome, but we feel like they were really listening. They treated us with courtesy and respect, and they explained well. So, yeah, Michelle?
I had a patient tell me last week that she's been with her primary physician for a number of years, and I think her PCP forgot to prescribe her one of the medications that she usually takes, and so she had to go to the hospital because she wasn't taking her medication, but she was like, I would never do anything to say something against my doctor. She's done so much for me in all the years I've been with her. She's taken care of my son whenever we needed help, so even though that one thing happened that brought her into the hospital, she said she would never point out anything that her physician did wrong.
Wonderful relationship built up over the years. Yeah, that's a great story. Which also points out one of the things that's tough about your roles, right? You are often required to develop relationships quickly with people you may not know, right? You may not always have the benefit of that history. So again, your scores are really improving. So kudos to you for doing this. You are building relationships quickly and having success with it. So, okay, that's the why. Now, how do you do it? As I mentioned before, part of this section is, okay, how do you co-create the plan? But it starts with you. How are you feeling? Again, there are days that you're feeling whole. There are days you're feeling, frankly, fried, and that's completely understandable because healthcare is a tough industry to be in. To demonstrate, allow me to share with you a very brief video clip. Let me take you back to 1978.
Easy, miss. I got you.
You got me? Who's got you? I can't believe it.
So, who's got you? That's kind of the point. Who do you think Lois Lane represents in this video? In our discussion? Patience. And who does Superman represent? You. You are superwomen, you are supermen, you care for so many people, but there are times where you need care. And so healthcare, like some other industries, is a high burnout industry. For those who feel like they're learning, they're growing, they're contributing, they tend to be able to manage their burnout a little bit better. But it's not easy. So that's why we're spending a minute on this, because it's important. It's important that you're okay and that you're understanding how you are responding to some of the difficult cases. So for that reason, how many of you have heard of the Schwartz Center? Any hear about the Schwartz Center? The Schwartz Center is part of Massachusetts General Hospital. It's a nonprofit. It's a separate entity. It came into existence when a gentleman named Dr. Robert Schwartz was actually diagnosed with lung cancer. And he was a 40-year-old man. He had 3 kids. He was an athlete. He was a non-smoker. He was healthy. He ate well, but he developed lung cancer. And in his final weeks and days, what he noticed was that his caregivers, some of them were fantastic. And empathetic and thoughtful and present, and some others were not. And it made him wonder, how is it that this difference has arisen? And what he came to notice was that the ones that were not present and didn't have empathy were frankly burnt out. And he thought, let me spend some time on that. So after he passed, he and his family philanthropically left behind resources and started the Schwartz Center. And one of the things they do is something called Schwartz Rounds. Schwartz Rounds, which we're not going to do today, but I'll just tell you about it. It's an opportunity in a closed-door session when there is a very difficult case that may impact you, where maybe some caregivers were part of, again, God forbid, either an error or just, not even an error, but a sentinel event. It helps them manage their own emotions and manage their own reaction to it, and maybe in some cases take some time away, deserved time away to regroup, to develop resilience. And so today we're going to watch a very brief video. It's about clinician resilience, because this impacts all of you as caregivers in one way, shape, or form at one point in your career or another. And it's about preventing burnout, recognizing it, promoting compassion, and improving quality of life. Because it's not always easy giving so much, and then at some point needing some to help you be rejuvenated and energetic enough to care for the patients that you see. So in a minute, we're going to hear an overview by Dr. Ronald Epstein. He's at the University of Rochester. He's a contributing faculty member to the Schwartz Center. He's going to talk about this topic. But before we go there, I'd like to draw a brief contrast for you. And actually, Robert, if I may, let me ask you, are you able to see this photo back there?
Very good.
What's your sense of the integrity and or the sturdiness of this pier? I know there's not a whole lot of information there, but
It doesn't look too good there.
it doesn't look too good.
No.
Tell me more about that. Why?
At the very tip, it looks like it's about, yes, it looks like it's, completely demolished. There's not as much support at the hand. And if you, the closer you get to this section, instead of the post being, I would say pretty much vertical, they're more slanted. So I guess the waves are kind of breaking the structure apart.
Yeah. So this is Sandy. Okay, this is a photo taken during Sandy. The photographer, a minute later, turned to 45 degrees to the right and took another photo. What's your sense of the confidence level of this person? Why are you laughing? Seriously, you're laughing for a reason. Sibby, tell me more. What do you think?
I guess the person's wondering whether he should really go in there, looking at the leaves.
I say he's going in. He sees an opportunity. Tell us more, Cindy.
He wants to surf. He's taking advantage of the storm and the wave.
So what's the contrast and what's the analogy we're trying to make here? You're right, Robert. We saw the pier looked kind of fragile. It was getting pelted by the waves. These are the same waves. Somebody else has a very different confidence level. So we're talking about, it could be the same scenario. This is the same water, but there are some days where you may feel like these waves are pelting me, and there are other days where you may have the confidence to say, you know what? I can make this an opportunity. I can ride the waves. I can go with it, and I have more strength today. I have more emotional reserve. It could be you've just gone on vacation and you've come back and you feel strengthened, or you have a good mentor and you've learned something new. Whatever it is, all I'm saying is notice that difference. So let's take a brief listen to what Dr. Epstein has to share with us. And then you're going to have an opportunity to share your responses. So he's going to share some of his hypotheses.
There's several hypotheses about resilience in healthcare for clinicians. The first is that compassion for others is facilitated by compassion for oneself. That is that, and I think most major psychology and spiritual traditions would tend to echo that one needs to be able to express kindness towards oneself. The second hypothesis is that resilience is, sorry, I think I skipped a slide here, is that compassion requires resilience, that in order to face need some capacity to deal with that suffering and not crumble in the presence of it. The third is that this resilience is a capacity that can be grown. That it's not necessarily something that we're all born with, but rather something that we develop during childhood and adulthood. And the final hypothesis is that, the next hypothesis, is that well-being is about engagement, not withdrawal. We're not talking about when to take and when and where to take your next vacation, but rather how to achieve a state of balance, well-being, resilience within the work environment in which you're working. And then the final hypothesis is that mindfulness is a community activity. That is, that our efforts to become more self-aware, more resilient, and more present with our patients is not only contingent upon what we can do individually, but also what we can do collectively. The definition of resilience that I'd like to use is the ability of an individual to respond to stress in a healthy, adaptive way, such that personal goals are achieved at minimal and psychological and physical cost. And importantly, resilient individuals not only bounce back rapidly after challenges, but also grow stronger in the process. Now, why does this matter? Why might the public be interested in how distressed clinicians might be? Well, there's a whole body of research dating back to the early 1990s that correlate clinician distress with lower quality of technical care, riskier prescribing practices, more medication errors, lower patient adherence to treatment, more unsafe behaviors, lower patient satisfaction, and also factors within the clinician that might be subsumed under professionalism, erosion of altruism and empathy, unprofessional conduct, poor relationships with staff and patients, and also clinician distress is costly. It results in higher attrition and job turnover, and for those who are interested in the bottom line, higher recruitment costs. Our theory about clinician resilience is that it's directly related to the quality of care and quality of caring, and that these things are all interrelated. Tate Schoenfeld and his group at Mayo have done a variety of studies in which burnout was measured in clinicians and found correlations between all three of these factors in medical students, residents, and practicing physicians.
So we'll stop there for the moment. Any reactions to those few minutes, the clip?
No reaction yet.
Well, what we're going to do next is, you see, Jen has been handing out the clickers. Please take one. Don't click yet. Don't vote. What we will do is we are going to share with you 5 statements about burnout and resilience. And we'd like you each to vote, again, this is all confidential, about how you are feeling. How burned out do you feel? In fact, you'll select A or 1 if you feel not at all, I'm fully engaged at work. B, if you occasionally feel burned out. C, frequently. D, significantly. E, severely. Again, we're not going to go into detail. We'll just look at the results, but based on the results, we'll look at how we can address this in our next session, if need be.
So, anybody have any questions about this?
Who does not yet, oh, we have to pass out a few more. Oh, you all have one. Who does not have a clicker? Okay. Should we?
You can check that one. Stuff like that.
Go ahead, please begin.
10, 11, 12.
Missing 2.
One more. 18. Oh.
Step down before she voted.
And then we're 100%. Okay. So just 56% occasionally, which is B. 28% frequently, and 17% significantly. Okay. First, thank you all for sharing that information. So what I would like to say for those who are feeling frequently and significantly, first and foremost is your senior leaders care for you. We care for you. We want to make sure that you feel safe, that you're getting the resources that you need. Immediately, I just want to say, if you don't feel like you have resources, go to your supervisors to just talk about it and figure out, what do you need? Do you need some time off? Do you need some help getting through an issue? Whatever it is, I urge you, all I can do is say, I urge you, please get help for your own health so you feel okay. To the extent that I can be of assistance, I'll be happy to, but definitely just get some help. And by the way, part of the reason I showed the Superman video is I do one-on-one coaching with nurses and physicians, and often what caregivers tell me is that I feel like I have a responsibility in my community. I feel like the people that I care for, I know their families, and I feel such a responsibility for them. So it's hard to let go of the caring and get care for self, and that's understandable. So some of you maybe under your shirts have the S, and it's hard to kind of move away from the S and to just and take a moment for yourselves. And I encourage you, it's okay to take time for yourselves, and it's okay to feel like you're on that pendulum going from burnout to resilience and back and forth. So it's okay. So let's pick up then. What I'm going to do with this data is we're looking at it across the 4 sessions, and I welcome your feedback either by email or by phone call or whatever in terms of what's relevant for you, how can I be of assistance, how can these sessions be of assistance to you. All I'll say for the moment now is I'm going to just briefly summarize what you heard from Dr. Epstein, and then we're going to move ahead to the next section. These were the 5 questions, and here was I'll just re-summarize the definition of resilience. By the way, how many are familiar with this topic and have spent time on clinician resilience before? Okay, so this is a relatively new topic for many of you. Okay, is this a reasonable topic? Okay. I noticed that it's just very quiet in the room, and I'm assuming that means that this is of interest rather than not engaged. If you're not engaged, that's okay too. I just want to understand. Anyway, so resilience. It's the ability of an individual to respond to stress in a healthy way, not only bouncing back, which is important, but bouncing back almost stronger. Now that takes practice. And many of you spent many years training at medical school, nursing school, and you got good at what you do today because of many days and hours and months and years of practice. This stuff takes practice too. It's like anything else. It's like playing the piano. It's like playing a sport. It takes practice. But simply now, since many of you said this is new ground for you, this is awareness. We're just building awareness in ourselves and in each other about how resilient am I. So next, what we saw earlier was a continuum. The contrasts allow me to use the image that Robert and others helped us understand a moment ago, and Sibi. The image between the here is more likely on this side versus the surfer, right? So on this side, burnout, it's those days when you feel like, I'm just kind of going through the motions. Some people have described it to me as I'm feeling more transactional. I try to remain emotionally detached, not because I don't care, it's because I'm sometimes feeling I need to preserve myself. It's self-preservation because I'm afraid of what might happen to me. And that's completely understandable. That's not crazy. That's legitimate. There are days when I'm feeling worn out or brittle, and you look at that peer, cynical or hopeless, feeling ineffective. And that happens sometimes too, because maybe some people tell me it's the system. I feel weighed down by the system. I keep trying and trying, but I feel like there's a lot of paperwork, or I can't get a provider when I need help, or I can't get a specialist when I need help, and it's frustrating. Versus the other side, this is the surfer who says, this is an opportunity. You know what? I feel good now. I've had some practice. I have an arsenal of words to use when I have a patient that is just talking for a long time and I don't know how to, and before I didn't know how to manage it, now I do. I'm better at, I don't know, I'm better at end-of-life discussions. I'm more compassionate about it. I feel like I'm getting better feedback from patients and families. That's what it feels like on this side. I feel engaged. Even though the waves are big, I feel like I can go into it and I can ride the waves and I'll survive and I'll be okay. I have a capacity for positivity. I'm flexible, bouncing back, and I'm becoming stronger. So that's the contrast that I wanted to propose to you, and it's a continuum. And for every one of us, we go like this. And what I'll also offer you, some of you here in this room are earlier in your career, and that's wonderful, and some of you have many, many, many years of experience. And I bet, and tell me if I'm wrong, as you go through your career, there are days and months and maybe years that you go like this. Is that, Cindy, you're shaking your head.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some days you're the windshield, and some days you're the bug.
And it could be like that day to day, not year to year. It's tough, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to remember the windshield and the bug image. Thank you very much. So by the way, what I want to say to you is you do hard work, you do great work. Keep it up. Keep doing your great work. It's hard. Just get help when you need help. So any comments? Josephine?
I have a comment. So I think some of this too is, at least myself and part of the learning process, is giving yourself permission to feel certain things. And, number one, the awareness, but number two, to recognize that some of this in our field is somewhat normal to a degree. To give yourself permission to feel those things and then figure out how to work through them. Because I think for a lot of us, it's you feel like you're not supposed to feel that way, and so you always have to be the strong one, and you always have to be Superman, and you always have to. So recognizing that it's part of the field and part of normal can be helpful too. But when you get to some of the other the far end of the spectrum, and you're not able to bounce back and not able to swing back the other way, that may be when you have to start to recognize, all right, what else can I do? Because I'm not bouncing back as I would expect or hope to be, or at least it doesn't feel that way to me.
Yes. Thank you. Most definitely, I agree with all of that. So thank you. So for the moment, that's where we end that discussion. Let me tell you again, Schwartz Center, if you want to read more about resilience, if you want to read more about the topic, there are webinars online. The center's very good. Again, I'm happy to help you. Go to your supervisors to get more information. There are a lot of resources out there. So next, here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about 3 levels of listening. Here's the first one. And this one we call internal. Internal listening. It's about me only and my prism, and everything revolves around me. So what I'd like to do, we're going to do a couple of mini role plays, and then you're going to have an opportunity to work with someone else. So you notice here again, internal listening. It's just me thinking about how these things impact myself. I would love to have, I'm going to do a brief, just 2-minute role play. Anyone want to volunteer? I'd like to ask somebody about recent vacation. Who's been on vacation recently? Diane has. Who said that? Robert, what was that? Are you volunteering people?
I'm volunteering Diane.
Oh, you're volunteering Diane. Do you know what happens when somebody volunteers somebody else? We take the person who volunteered the other person. So how many say we invite Robert to come on up here? All right, Robert, welcome. Can I ask you, do you have a vacation to think about either recently or a while ago?
I'm always on vacation.
Oh, you're always on vacation, right? Tell me more. We're just going to have a brief dialogue, and I'm going to show, just kind of try to demonstrate level 1 listening. So tell me.
Get into my happy place.
Tell me about your happy place. Well, tell me about your vacation. Home. Jamaica. Tell me about Jamaica.
Beach, breeze.
Beach. I love the beach. I've been to the beach. Yeah, I go to Jones Beach a lot. It's not so far from here. I grew up not far from here, and it's fantastic. I love the beach. It's the best beach that there is.
No.
Oh.
the beach is not supposed to be green, the water is not supposed to be green.
Okay.
But it's a little bit different in the Caribbean, you know, it's,
The Caribbean, I've been to the Caribbean. I love the Caribbean. I've been to Jamaica, but the Caribbean is fantastic. I've been to Bermuda, it's fantastic. I know what it's like. I know the whole Caribbean, it's wonderful. It's warm, the water's great. I'm sorry, Robert. I'm sorry, go ahead.
well, yeah, so it's a little bit different in the Caribbean. You know, the water is, you can see the ocean for miles, you know. Nice cool breeze, you could be out there for hours just looking at. Yeah, no,
I was stung by a jellyfish, but it is so painful. The whole thing was on my head, it was on my body. And then in August, around this time of year, you get all those thousands of little ones in the water, you come out, you're all stinging, and it's just so painful, and it's horrible. Oh, that's what I understand that.
That's because we went to Georgia Beach.
That's right. So forgive me, and I do want to hear the rest of the story. I'm just going to stop there for one moment. Chris, don't move. Please stay with me. Please stay with me. So, how did that feel?
I'm good, you know, okay. But, you know, it's okay. Yeah, just do the lesson.
Yeah. So, well, what lesson? What do you take away from that?
You know, sometimes you want to be heard. Sometimes you want to be heard. Sometimes you want to get your point across. It doesn't feel good if somebody keeps interjecting their, you know, feelings that you're not getting a chance to express yours.
How did you feel about my sense of presence with you?
See that we were role playing, it didn't bother me too much, but if it was in real life, we would have had a long conversation.
Well, thank you, first of all. I just want to say thank you for participating. In a moment, I will ask you more legitimately. But what we'll do for the moment is get a partner, just two people, and the point is, this is level 1 listening. Of course, it's about me. And yes, interrupt, okay? And each person take a couple of minutes and then switch.
All right.
So thank you for being a good sport for that. Okay?
My pleasure.
Please begin. Take a few minutes now. Get a partner.
I don't get an applause?
Yeah. Who does not have a partner? Well, there's somebody here who needs a partner. There's somebody here who needs a partner. So do you want to work with Cindy? Sure. Robert, do you want to work with Shadi?
Of course. Come on, Robert. Let's work with them.
So take a few minutes. Raise your hand if you, if all people did not go yet. Oh, okay, you were a little bit late. So let me stop there. Please stop your discussions. Forgive me for interrupting there. So I'd like to hear from you. How did it feel? Amanda Rosalia, tell us how did it go?
It gives you like anxiety, like you want to like race each other. You get in there and feel like, no, let me finish.
Yeah, and Robert said it felt unheard. What else? Tell me more. Leela?
Usually we don't do this.
Okay.
We listen.
That's the point. But do you know people who are like this? Do you know people who are like this?
Yeah.
Who just jump in and the second they recognize a word, oh, sorry, that's me. Are there times when something like this is okay? Not here. Maybe sometimes, I mean, people do like to volunteer something that they know about the topic, right? Now, oh yeah, I know about that, right? So, this is level 1 listening, okay? It's about me, right? Nothing else in the world matters. Contrast that with level 2 listening. Look at the difference, obviously, whether it's two people who are very close, maybe it's people in a relationship or very good friends, you're really focused on the other person. You're curious, you're asking qualifying questions, you're noting values. So with that, I would love to hear more. Forgive me for you, can I sit with Robert?
We're not getting that close.
We'll stay this distance apart, it's okay. But you know what I noticed before you were talking about Jamaica, and you settled in, and I could see by your body language you started visioning it. Tell me about Jamaica.
Home. So that property was given to me by my grandmother. It's not a steep cliff, but it's like in a perfect position. I can't drive down there, but it's a perfect position overlooking a beach. It's very, very beautiful. It's when I go there, it's something like it. My kids love it. Of course, I forbid my brothers from coming down there because they got the big house at the top of the hill. But it's pretty good. It's very, very relaxing.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2. I have a daughter and a son.
Oh, okay. And how old are they? Do they fully enjoy it yet?
Yes, my daughter is 10 going on 20 or 30. She's my mother, my girlfriend, my wife, my sister. My son is 6. Yes.
Wow. Okay. It sounds like you have an in-depth relationship on many levels with your daughter.
Yes. She's my princess. She's my princess.
Okay. Wonderful. Is it okay if we stop there?
Perfect.
Okay. How did that feel?
Very good. Very different. Much different from the Jordan. Oh, the Jordan. Much different. More, you could actually express yourself. It's much easier. Much easier. It makes you feel make me feel good that somebody actually wanted to listen.
What I was noticing, when you're talking, I'm looking, I feel like I see you seeing it.
Yes, it's they have the grace. You can just, and you're there.
And you're right there. Wonderful. Thank you again to Robert. Good for you. Thank you. So, any other reactions in Robert or me or the interaction?
I think it was more of a normal conversation, what usually happens, instead of just cutting on your own. Just generally interested in what he has to say.
Yeah. Did you notice anything about the structure of my questions?
Yeah.
Say that again?
Tell me more.
What else?
They weren't like yes, no.
Yeah, they weren't closed, they were open-ended. Anything else? I know you do this.
They weren't about you, they were about him.
They're about him. I said, what else about your daughter?
Yes.
So starting with the word what? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, no, no.
So just some other things that you do to make it open-ended versus closed-ended. Pick it up again with either the same person or somebody different. This is level 2, focused on the other person. Go a little deeper. Take a few minutes each now. Please begin.
Okay.
I mean, I'll be honest, I mean, I really enjoy it. It's a different type of crowd. Scary about it is when it's the wild right there, it's sitting like sometimes it's
Do you guys mind sharing how this went? You don't have to. Did everybody have a chance to go? Forgive me for interrupting your discussions for a moment. So I'd love to hear from you now. How did this go? Who would like to volunteer? Some are shaking their heads. Chrissy, you're shaking your head? Okay. Tell us more. How did it go with Sibi?
It was nice. I got to know what she's doing the rest of the day, and no, it was just like a normal conversation. I got to know her better, I guess.
Tell me about the previous one. I was going back there to get a cookie myself, and
She interrupted me and got a cookie. Yeah, that one was, yeah, I didn't like that one as much, because it was like you're constantly trying to get a word in.
Yeah. Any observations, Esther Caitlin?
It's like when you feel like you're being heard, it makes you want to be more engaged and open up more. Whereas the first conversation, you sort of want to end the conversation and sort of walk away.
So that's obviously focused or level 2 listening, being focused on the other person, asking clarifying questions. Note how you ask the questions, or a statement, as Robert said before, try to either just tell me more, 3 words. Use that. I bet you do use that with patients already. Keep doing that. Here's the third and last. This is called global.
Again, just look at the kind of the evolution of the interaction, the body language. Obviously, again, one person, 2 people.
Notice this person is even noticing more, and look at the body language of that person. So, if I may, might we continue, Robert?
Of course. We're going to front door.
Stay there. That's okay. I don't mind. I know when you were telling me again about makeup, I was fascinated. You went into. By the way, anything I ask you, if it's really uncomfortable, it's out of place. Just
it's out of place. It's good.
Okay, it's out of place. But I was moved by you told me your daughter's your princess. She's your friend. She's your daughter. She's a lot. I noticed, like now, you're smiling. Tell me more about that, if you don't mind.
No,
if you'd rather go someplace else, that's okay.
No. She's just amazing. I don't know what to say. She's her kid. She's my first child, and I love her. That's all.
Yeah, wonderful. So when your family is at the beach house,
they live on top of the hill.
At the top of the hill.
I live down the slope.
Oh, okay. So you have a little privacy down there, or is it separate?
A lot of privacy.
Okay. So what's it like to have the family together?
Yeah, it's always a great time with family. My siblings and I are very, very close. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. We are extremely, extremely close. My sisters are a lot older than I am. They were from a previous marriage that my dad had, but we all grew up together, so we're very, very close. Very, very close. I trust them.
Wow. What do you attribute that trust and closeness? How did that
I don't know. One of my sisters, when I was a kid, I remember her I used to go to like a kindergarten, and she was in like a high school, so she was a lot older than I am, but she used to bring me snacks. She used to bring me these cool cookies and stuff, and I still, even to this day, remember. She's a practical joker, don't get me wrong. You'll be taking a shower and she'll throw some cold water over there, but I love her to death. She's very, I remember those little things when I was a kid that she used to do for me, and I don't know, it's
Wonderful. Let me stop there, and thank you for sharing all that. I appreciate that. Nice job, Robert. Thank you. Again, what did you notice either about me or about you or about the dialogue?
It's the kind of like the same thing, but you're showing a lot of interest in what is going on with me or with my family, or not just with me. What's like. I would remember a conversation like that if somebody and I had a conversation like that. I would remember something like that, because it's not only about just finding out about me, it's also finding out about my siblings or my children, and you're trying to find out what it is that makes we're having such a good relationship. So it's for me, I would remember something like that. Yes.
Thank you. What else? What are your reactions? What's different? What makes this different from level 2?
He seemed more comfortable.
Who seemed more comfortable?
Robert.
Robert seemed more comfortable. What do you attribute that to?
I think he was even volunteering information without even asking.
Interesting. Okay.
Smiling more, more animated.
Body language, you're noticing. He was smiling more. He was more adamant. Tell us more, if you don't mind. And you can stop me at any point, Robert.
No.
What did you notice about his body language? When did it change?
Just about the middle of the conversation, when he starts to talk about his sister.
Mm-hmm. I noticed there something too. Anybody else?
The very first conversation, he wasn't even making eye contact.
No, that's a good point. Did you notice that?
Eye contact. It's difficult for me for eye contact. It's like a cultural thing with me. It's something I still have problems with. I try to work on it. So.
Interesting. You think it's a cultural thing?
For me, yes.
Okay.
Back home, we really rarely look at people in the eyes. It's kind of a little disrespectful. And in my country, if somebody in my country starts staring you down, you're serious.
Interesting.
I'll make a note of that.
That's very good. I think what you said then even despite this, you noticed more eye contact as the second, third level came on. A piece of body language I noticed when you were telling me about your sister, you folded your hands, and I don't know. I felt like this is like a symbol of love. These are the words that you were using.
Yes.
And you had an image of her bringing you snacks, and I was like, oh, that's a great image. You got that.
She always did.
Ice bucket challenge.
Thank you again, Robert. So what do you notice about the difference between 2 and 3?
Here are some things that we just kind of looked at.
Focused on the other. You picked up mood, and the change in mood, and the change in Robert.
And I'm grateful, Robert. You really,
I know this is intimate, but you shared some personal stuff about your family. Your pace was different. My pace was different. Your energy was different. I felt this calmness, and again, I could see you started painting an image for me of the cliff, house, sister, kids, family. I felt an environment. So this is more global.
Focused is good. It's not the other. It's like, tell me about your vacation. I went to the beach. I am asking you about you.
It's stuff I felt there was more emotion. I saw your body language change. You were telling me about social mores in Jamaica. You even told us about difference in eye contact. We're going to get into spiritual so much, but that's 3. So, we can't always do it with all your patients, but this is a difference. What we'll do now is we'll just take a couple of minutes. Join your colleague again, and this will be the third and last time for the levels of listening. So take a turn each one. You go into level 3. Notice body language, It's values. Notice when the person's energy picks up, ebbs and flows. Please begin. Have fun.
Yeah.
Who needs a little more time? Raise your hand if you need a little more time. So, forgive me for interrupting. Thank you for ending your discussions now. Reactions? Ravi?
Like more, feels more complete, feels like, kind of, like we learned a lot about one another. Robert covers us a lot, but now, like, looking at Robert again, I'm gonna think about his family. His background, Jamaica. Yeah.
Try walking up that trivia is no problem.
Very good. Any other thoughts?
We talked about stuff we wanted to talk about, so he was definitely interested in, so I was too.
Okay. Did you notice a difference? And again, if you did not, it's completely okay. Did you notice a difference between 2 and 3? Amanda, you're shaking your head. What did you notice?
I guess people are more comfortable talking about what's around them and the people around them and themselves.
Okay. Eric?
I think it's a progression. Okay, in other words, a relationship starts being like very focused, and then it's a progression to going out further into other areas.
Okay, very good.
I don't know, that's the way I see it.
Sure. I would imagine, correct me if I'm wrong here, that progression can only develop, though, if there's trust and if there's respect. And the respect is often built by just being silent and being present. And so what I'll offer to you in response to the comment about resilience, is there anything that we just did that might help strengthen resilience?
Talking about your feelings.
Talking about your feelings? Huh? Chavi?
Being engaged.
Being engaged?
Yeah.
Being engaged with somebody else. Yeah. Most definitely. And so the data show often that for healthcare workers and for others, but definitely in healthcare, when you feel like you have a connection with someone else and with others and a team, you're more likely to be more resilient on balance. Now, are there examples of that? There's exceptions for sure. But so that's part of resilience. It's feeling like you're part of a community, part of a team. So well done, all of you. Thank you for that. Continue using that, those different skills. You're doing that already with your patients, with your colleagues, with people you meet. One other last comment I'll make about that, by the way. We all have different ability to be present, and it depends on things going on in life. I can think back to a time, again, when there was a period of time many years ago where my mom was very sick, and I was emotionally distressed. I didn't have the capacity to be fully present with someone else. So it would have been harder for me with someone else to have this kind of a level 2 or a level 3, because frankly, I've got compassion fatigue myself, caring for a family member or somebody. I don't have enough energy for somebody else. That happens in healthcare too, right? Now there are other times when, I don't know, just things are going well, I don't know, got a good night's sleep, maybe wasn't screaming last night, or whatever it was, and I don't know, just things are good, and I feel stronger, and I have much more emotional reserve. So it's just something I notice about myself. That's my own emotional intelligence, which ebbs and flows. And that takes us to our next section. We're going to compare and contrast emotional intelligence versus IQ. As we do that, let me ask you, how's your energy level? Do we need to take a mini break right now? Should I keep going? A break. Okay. Let's do that. Let's take 5. It's I have 1:36. Let's take 5 minutes. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. 1:41. Thank you.
Did you ever get molded on nutrition? It's the first time. No, I know. I think you left it last month.
No, oh yeah, that's right. The other months I was going to like different sessions, I missed because I couldn't make it.
Nice job.
Oh, I see, like,
Oh, I got it, trust me.
That's what I was thinking in my mind. When you said that, I got it, I was like, something with this.
And it's a super special day for them. We love it.
I went all the way on the other side. I went to eat.
Maybe you do the same thing.
I went to there's one lady eating in number 2. I'm like, oh, I guess you enjoy your lunch. How do you get in here?
No, we went to the
Other side. I don't know how to get in there.
I don't know, it's open. One lady was like, they were like, please, I'm like, oh, are you here? I guess not.
The last time I came to one of these classes and I was sitting down and the guy was talking about some random There's another thing like this going on
Oh, yes.
Supervisor.
I love it. I know. Can I read this? Did I know this?
yeah, one of the doctors in the morning, they have to give, I don't know. Maybe you want to just.
Started by summer.
She asked me what time. I'm like, what? You do your book as well.
I work in Monmouth.
It's open today or tomorrow? Good, it's about time. Oh, good, it's about time. Oh, crazy yesterday.
Some nights and some days, or only. That would be tough.
Because I don't
Really
Okay, welcome. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you. Get rehydrated, get re-cookied, get re-sandwiched, whatever you need. Let's continue our discussion about comparing and contrasting IQ versus EQ. So by the way, we're having this discussion about emotional intelligence because frankly, our brains are wired as such, believe it or not. And as you discussed and shared with me, not only today, but in previous discussions, about we're always dealing with challenging people, challenging emotions that they have, right? You know, when patients are sick, family members are irritable, confused, angry, frustrated. So how successfully you handle these things, that's your emotional intelligence. And like anything, it takes practice. It takes heart. Some of you may be feeling right now, you know, I'm not so good at this, or I'm not familiar with this. That's okay. Like anything, it's a new topic for some of you. Just takes practice. Some of you might feel I am pretty good about it. I am pretty good at this. If you do feel that way, good. I hope you'll be willing to share your wealth. So here's a distinction. IQ, it's about it's thoughts, it's thinking, it's let's call it, to oversimplify, it's more of the technical stuff, technical knowledge. EQ is its feelings, it's the ability to motivate. You saw the words written by the family member that said, Marissa was able to turn my anger into understanding. That is a huge, huge compliment. I bet many of you do that. It's not easy, though. It takes a lot of knowledge. It takes full presence. It takes your body language. It takes your words. It takes your understanding about somebody's history and what you understand about what's important to them, to influence them to do the right thing for them. And our emotions can sometimes pull us away from the right thing because there are powerful drivers that are associated with fear, with anger, and with other experiences we've had in life. So, to be a good leader, you need both. You need your IQ, you definitely need your EQ. In fact, I would argue, and we'll see this in a moment, that those earlier in their careers tend to tap into IQ more. And as you develop in your career, you get more experience with the EQ part and how to deal with each other. So look at this data. This is a story that comes to us from UCLA, where 60 clinicians were monitored at a large urban hospital in LA. And these individuals were monitored in terms of how they've managed stress. So what you see there is there's a strong relationship between emotional intelligence and performance. In other words, those who faced stress and managed it well had a higher level of their own emotional intelligence. What it meant was they were able to be precise, pinpoint the emotions that they felt in response to a situation. Remember the level 1 listening we just did? Think about that. You know how something impacts you, but instead of me blurting it out to Robert like, yeah, Jones Beach and jellyfish, then there's some self-regulation. I regulate myself. I don't just blurt out the first thing. I manage it, and I start thinking about the social relationship and how it impacts the other person as well. That's the emotional intelligence. So, again, the distinction here on the left side, you see what's some things that make up the IQ, the cognitive intelligence. It's conceptual thinking. It's technical skills. On the right-hand side, teamwork, organizational awareness, empathy. Think about people that you know who may be mentors or may not, but people who are good with other people, and think about how are they in terms of self-confidence, developing self-confidence in others, being impactful. One of the things Diane brought up in a previous discussion was, how is it that when I need to escalate or when the team needs to escalate, in some cases it works when I as a nurse manager have that escalation discussion, versus how come people don't respond in the same way to some of the people that report to me. And again, to oversimplify this, and we can have this discussion another day, but my suspicion is Diane, you have probably developed relationships with people. You may have a sense of how to state things in a way that provides benefits to the recipient in that conversation, to say like something to the effect of, look, if we work on this patient together, it's a good thing for the patient, it's a good thing for us, and maybe you have a different leadership presence than some people. Again, I don't know this, I'm just thinking out loud. Maybe people who are learning in their career and they're developing that leadership presence to understand, how do I have a discussion with somebody who may even be a higher level higher than me, so I can influence them effectively. That's not easy stuff. It takes practice. So the good news is you can do it and you can learn it. Daniel Goleman, the father of emotional intelligence, says 2/3, 67% of all competencies deemed essential for high performance are related to EQ, emotional intelligence quotient, rather than IQ. And again, at the bottom there, EQ becomes increasingly important as people move up in the hierarchy in an organization, in leadership. So keep developing your EQ. Be in touch with it yourself. It's part of the reason we did the 3 levels of listening. We over-accentuated the difference between I'm only thinking about myself, which is quite narcissistic, versus let me think about the other person in the conversation. And then third, let me think about me, them, and this. It's the situational awareness around. And you're picking up on values, fears, aspiration, and other things by body language and energy and mood. So although IQ doesn't change over time, EQ does. And again, it's like a muscle. You can learn to be more emotionally intelligent. And Daniel Goleman says being more emotionally intelligent can dramatically improve your life. Here's a model. I propose this model. I'm going to kind of oversimplify it for the sake of our discussion today. But in a minute, you are all going to work in your table teams with 3 or 4 colleagues. You're going to have a chance to apply this to your healthcare world. Here's what I mean. These are 5 components of emotional intelligence. I'm going to use a very negative label right now. And forgive me for using this. We shouldn't do this. I know it happens sometimes. I'm going to use the label of drug-seeking patient, okay? And I say that's a negative label because, it's really hard to know the motivations of someone, of course, maybe through, experience. I don't want to prejudge, but I'm going to use this and use this model to take a look at that. So, self-awareness. Okay, patient comes in and they're asking for X amount of Dilaudid or whatever they're asking for. And so maybe I think, the ability to recognize and understand my own mood. And let's be honest, I'm not blaming anybody, but this is what people tell me sometimes. It's going to be frustrating because this is going to take a lot of discussion. In fact, I've spoken with this patient before. Is any of this familiar? I've had this dialogue before. This gets into more sometimes more than just a clinical issue. It can become a social issue. Maybe I feel like I'm not so skilled on social issues as a social worker. This is going to take a lot of my energy, and I still have X amount of patients I have to see. So that's me thinking about me. Self-regulation. I don't blurt out to the person, why did you come to the ED now? Didn't we have this discussion last week? Did you do what I told you to do? Of course. I regulate the ability to control or redirect impulses. Propensity to suspend judgment. Oh, maybe I shouldn't call this person. Maybe I should stop the language in my head. Drug-seeking patient. I should stop doing that. My motivation is, I went into medicine because I do want to help people, and this person has an addiction. And maybe the frustrating words that he or she is sharing is the illness speaking. Maybe it's not them directing it at me. I don't know. That's beginning to get toward the empathy piece, the ability to understand the emotional makeup of somebody else. And then skill in treating that according to their emotional reactions. And I have the dialogue with them, and hopefully, if I have any skill, maybe it's, tell me more. What's the difference in pain now versus the last time? Tell me, what is your family telling you? How is this showing up in your life? What is it doing to your life? And then try to get more information. This begins to get into proficiency in managing the relationship and building network, an ability to find common ground. In some cases, now, there's no one-size-fits-all, as you know, for pain management and addictions. But in some cases, I hear it's okay to say, look, what I'm observing is this is really negatively impacting your life. And we've had this discussion a few times. Your family members have been in here and said, you're hurting yourself. Are you aware of that? Maybe it's that discussion. Maybe it's a different one. But that's the social skill. There are times when you go down that path, and there are times when you don't. but you've developed the judgment to understand when it's the right time and when it's not. Let me stop there for a second. That's a model. Simplistic, it's a high level. 5 components. Any reactions? Do you take exception to any of this? Shall I keep going? Okay. We're going to hear another perspective about EI from Dr. Danielle Ofri. She's an internist. She works at Bellevue, not too far from here. She's going to share a little story about how in the first days of her job as a resident, she was impacted and was able to then see her experience through the components.
I volunteered along with some classmates to be a rape crisis counselor for victims of sexual assault at Bellevue. And the whole year, after we had our training, we had the beeper pass hand to hand, don't give a page through that page. Well, one night, middle of the night, my pager went off. First time in my life. So I pull my clothes, I run over in the dark to Bellevue, and I finally find my way to the triage desk, ask the nurse to send my own. She points out to this patient, who's this clearly homeless woman, kind of semi-catatonic, disheveled, no socks, old blanket, old clothes. So as I approached the patient's powerful scent, rancid odor of unwashed feet and living in the subway, it was really awful. And I stopped. I couldn't go any further. I thought I was going to vomit, and I was just queasy beyond belief. And I thought, how am I going to do this? And I remember that feeling of, I did say I was going to be a doctor and help patients no matter what, and there's a Hippocratic oath. I cannot do this. And then a roach crawled out of down her arm, out of the folds of the clothes, just sauntered down the arm. A God-fearing New York City roach, and just kind of went around the corner and went back in. And that was it. I backed away, I hid behind the desk and I quit. And I sat thinking, what do I say to my supervisor? And while I was huddling behind the desk in fear and disgust and loathing, this nurse aide came by. She was an older Jamaican woman, not an RN, one of the lowest level aides. She walked over to the woman and put her arm on the woman and said, "Come, let's go get you cleaned up. There's a shower back there, and we'll get you some clean clothes. You'll feel so much better." And she convinced them to get up and walked with her down the hall, the ER, into the shower area. And I knew that this woman was smelling the same things I smelled, seeing the awful grime, and yet she was able to do it. And seeing her give that care and empathy, and she really was the lesson in empathy, my very first one, made it easier for me the next time I thought about that nurse I had had for decades now. I never knew her name, but she really taught me the essence of caregiving. And so I think one of the ways in which we overcome that is seeing others do that and realizing, that patient, that could be me, and I would want someone to get beyond the disgust and help take care of me. So good role models help a lot.
So any reactions to Dr. Danielle Ofri? I noticed some body language in the room. Javi, Sibi? Can't do cockroaches. That's when I noticed you. Sibi?
This is sort of like everybody's story when you start your job, like when you first come out of school and when you're faced with certain situations, you're afraid, but then you get that somebody's there to push you and help you on, and it's somewhat everybody's beginning story.
You develop the skills. Some help and some pushing, maybe. Hopefully it's not off the cliff, but along. So this is. Welcome, you can join us if you like. 5 components. So now let's look at this story that Danielle Ofri told through the lens of these 5 components. This is what you're going to do in a second with your teammates, okay? I used the drug-seeking patient example. Now let's use this other example. The person that she's talking about is a rape victim in the crisis center, right? And her first response is, she smelled, and I feel like I'm going to vomit. And then she told the story of the roach and how it creeped me out. Okay? So that's the self-awareness. Again, I'm not judging Dr. Ofri, This is honesty with her own, this is her own emotional intelligence. She recognizes the thoughts and the emotions she's having in the moment in order to be able to self-regulate. That's a big difference. Those who don't have emotional intelligence, I bet you can think about somebody that you know will just blurt out anything, and it's inappropriate sometimes, and it's hurtful, and it's just not the right thing in the right moment. But then what she did say is, I backed up behind the desk to assess. Even though I was feeling fear and loathing, I was feeling disgust. Those are pretty clear emotions that she's pinpointed. She's named them. Bless you. So to go further, you all have motivations. You are all smart people. You've here in this room. You've had many years of training. You could have done many other things. You could have been, I don't know, architects, engineers, other things. You chose a very honorable profession to be here. She says, I want to be a doctor. It's beyond money or status. She says, this is what was important to me. And she talks about her propensity and alludes to a propensity to pursue goals with energy and persistence, which is why we also talk about resilience. She then learned from the Jamaican aide what empathy looks like. That individual embodied empathy as she put her arm around the victim who needed help and said, let's just go get washed up. And then further, the touch. Remember we talked about therapeutic touch, we talked about body language, and we talked about leadership. You don't have to be in a formal role of leadership to lead. That nurse's aide did not know she was instructing Dr. Ofri in that moment. I remind you, the very good stuff that you continue to do, people notice. People notice around you. Keep doing it. It's the right thing to do. So that's those are 5 components. I'm going to show it to you through a 4-quadrant model in a moment. But here is something to give you insight about the level of specificity that Daniel Ofri used in the way she named her own emotions. This is a model. It doesn't have to be yours, but let me share it, how it works. It comes to us from Dr. Robert Plutchik from actually many years ago. He was at the Albert Einstein School of Medicine in South Florida. There are concentric circles with many emotions named here. In the center circle are the 8 most intense emotions that he labeled. For you, you may have different words, and that's okay, but let's use these words for the moment. And notice that each one has an alternate and diametrically opposed emotion on the opposite side in the first concentric circle. So for example, grief. It's a very powerful emotion. The opposite side of it is ecstasy. Now, in the center, it's most powerful. As you go out further and further, the emotions are slightly diluted and a bit less intense. So grief in a less intense state may be sadness, less intense may be pensiveness, and so on. In addition, ecstasy may be joy, maybe just serenity, and maybe just at some place equanimity. And then there's an intersection of emotions in some places between ecstasy and admiration, joy, trust, serenity, acceptance, love. So that's how I just share this. Keep developing your own kind of emotional vocabulary. Everybody has their own way they see things and the words that they use to capture those things. Just know when that millisecond goes through your head and you see the cockroach or you see the person put in your arm, what is it that you feel at that moment? Because in some cases, if it's generating fear or anger, your body language may give you away. If you are emotionally intelligent, you may recognize that in a second, and you may say, oh, I want to make sure that doesn't compromise my relationship with this person, or my decision-making, or the way I communicate. I appreciate, again, Robert, one of the many things you shared was just the cultural difference with eye contact and things like that. So I may not know that, and I may feel like, why isn't Robert looking at me? Is he not engaged? But now I understand. I have a better understanding. And I don't feel like I need to create distance. It's just different. Here's another way to look at the levels of emotion and the intensity. It's kind of built from the same model, but a different way to look at it. Look at the 0 center as a place of, just think about a time when everything, it was just status quo, and you were kind of in your Zen moment, maybe your yoga moment, or whatever it was. Maybe you're in your happy place, and you're just feeling peaceful. You're neither, grieving nor feeling intense love. You're just feeling, I'm just feeling peaceful. So I'm going to give you an example of an event that triggers emotions, and it can trigger multiple rippling emotions, not unlike the sandy waves that we saw in the photos earlier. Here's the event I'm going to use. This has not happened to anybody, I'm sure. February 9th. Think about this. What does a February night look like?
It's dark. You're on the LIE. You're in a vehicle. It's icy. It's raining. You're tired. And there's a lot of traffic. And somebody cuts you off. Okay? And in your vehicle, you've got 4 other people with you. Might be your kids, might be loved ones, might be somebody else. How are you feeling? That moment. Angry, scared, or maybe. So this person cuts you off. So here's, I'll just reveal a little bit. So at that moment, the person cuts me off. And then, oh my gosh, I feel the wheels fishtail, and I'm wondering, am I going to stay in the lane? Is there somebody right next to me? Am I going to hit this car or not? I'm feeling terrified for a couple seconds. Then I see them zip off in front of me, they cut me off, and they keep going in the lane ahead. And a few seconds go by, and I hear somebody shriek, but I look back, and the family seems okay. Okay, maybe it modifies from terrified to just fearful. A little time goes on, I'm thinking, is somebody chasing that person? Is there somebody else maybe coming? So I'm still kind of apprehensive. Is this going to happen again? Are my tires taking hold? Okay, they are. Okay. Coming back to kind of status quo. Stop. Now what happens next? For me, I start going here. I can't believe he did that. Now I'm getting angry. You just threatened the lives of my family. We almost crashed. There's ice. It's dark. It's cold. Now I get furious. It's going to take me a while to go from that back down to center. If I don't know that about myself, if I go from here to here to here and I get to center and I'm feeling like, okay, I'm calm again, and then somebody pulls up next to me and we're driving along on the LIE and I look at them and they look at me and they're okay, but I look at them like, what are you looking at? Because I'm about to start going here. But if I know that about myself, I know I'm going to go here, and I'm emotionally intelligent. I look at that person and I say, I'm about to be enraged. But it's not your fault. So I'm okay. So, of course, I'm being dramatic. But that's a bit of the emotional intelligence, knowing the self-regulation. So the data here, what it shows is that, I'll call that an amygdala hijack, when your adrenaline is running and your emotions are flying, and you want to figure out what's the right way to regulate your response. Well, there's cortex activity in your brain, and those who can name their feelings, that helps them reduce their reactivity. So even though there's a lot of cortex activity, what you see on this side, the amygdala activity, in other words, the fight or flight, still stays low if I can name those emotions. That's you being in control, and it takes practice. And so it's very possible. So, a reminder about the 3-part communications formula. Help us the last time we did this. Remember, there are 3 key things that contribute. I see Shelby cheating for some answers. That's okay. I'm teasing you. I shouldn't use the word cheating. You're right. What are the 3 pieces that make up the communications formula? Body language, definitely, which is the most powerful. So if there's body language, there must also be... What was that? Language, yes. Words, actual words. Whoops, sorry. There's body language, there's words, and what's the 3rd piece? Tone of voice. Exactly right. And these 3 things are, if they make up 100% of the communications formula, body language is the greatest. Actual words, anybody remember the percentage? Shout it out even if you see it. Small, 7%. Actual words, small percent of the communications formula. The way you influence people comes more from tone of voice and mostly from body language. So why do we have this discussion with the EI versus the IQ? Because know your body language reaction and know how it might impact others. Again, no blame here. We all have body language discussions. We just had dialogues with each other, and I saw there was a lot of energy. I was delighted. Thank you, Caitlin. Showed me some wonderful photos, and getting very excited about that. Robert took us to his happy place and got very happy about that. Notice how your body language impacts others and your enthusiasm. That's leadership. See, Kathy, you missed all this wonderful stuff, and now you show up and here. So your colleagues will fill you in on every single second that you missed. The 5 components, we'll boil them down into these 4 quadrants, and then at your table teams, you're going to have an opportunity to work on this together. Here's how it works again.
Remember Daniel O'Free and the story about the rape victim and the cockroach? So self is on this side. This is like level 1 listening. Self is on this side. Social means self and others on this side. Top is awareness.
Self-awareness, social awareness. Awareness, bottom is management or regulation. So that's how it works. So we start here, we go here, and then here, and then here.
So the top left is, again, I felt like I wanted to vomit. There was a cockroach. The victim smelled. This is a rape victim. But I don't say at that point, since I'm thinking only myself, level 1 listening, I'm thinking, I'm not even thinking that this person was just raped. I'm thinking, how does she impact me? If I go further, the hope is that, okay, let me get a sense of this. Hold on. My own emotional self-control. Let me be transparent with my own emotions, adapt to the situation. I backed up. I am feeling fear and loathing and disgust, but hold on a second. Let me understand what's going on with this other person. And I remember that I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to be a clinician. Now I move up to the upper right-hand side there, the social awareness. I'm beginning to think about how the other person is impacted by this
Very difficult situation. I'm feeling empathy toward the rape victim. And then I notice that the nurse's aide comes along and is so fluid
and easy with this patient. She just makes it look so wonderful and makes the victim just feel okay with moving to get showered and cleaned up. And then touch, that's the leadership moment, and that's when the change happens in Dr. O'Free. That's the influencing moment that you have. We're talking about patient satisfaction. You influence people on a regular basis. These are the things you do by having emotional intelligence. You develop others. You inspire leadership in others. You're the change catalyst. You are the one who manages conflict and enhances teamwork and collaboration. So those are the 4 domains of emotional intelligence. It's a 90,000-foot view. That's a lot. Let me stop there for a second and ask you, what questions do you have, or comments or reactions so far on this model? Okay. Well then, here's what we're going to do. You're each going to get a scenario. We have 5 scenarios. And you're going to look at the scenario and run it through the 4-quadrant model. Okay? So, okay, you're taking off?
No, it's
just cold.
Oh, okay. I thought you were responding. So each team has we have 5 teams. So this team, this is yours. Okay, don't completely understand. So do you remember, anybody not see the Cleveland Clinic video the first week? Do you recognize this? This is from that video. So here's what you do. So you're going to go through, the first quadrant is your reaction to this scenario. How does this make you feel? Go through the 4 quadrants. And then you're going to report back to us. Okay? You'll have a discussion with yourselves. Okay, that's the first one. Second one, this team. And actually, the 3 of you, I'll ask if maybe one of you can come join this team. They only have 3 people. Who's here again? Oh, okay. Would you mind joining up here to the 4-person team? Worry how people pay for this. So you're going to go through the 4 quadrants. Think about, how does this impact you? How do you regulate? How does this impact the person? How do you manage? How do you help them manage? Okay? If you have any questions, I'll come to you in a second. Next one. Wife had stroke, worried how he will take care of her. This team. Okay? And then when Josephine or Kathy get off the phone, I'll invite Kathy to join this team. Do you understand what we're doing here, team? Okay, you're clear on the quadrants, okay. Next team. 2 shocked to comprehend treatment options. 4 of you, okay? Any questions? 5th team in the back. It's a pain management discussion. Car accident 6 months ago. Pain won't go away.
Who are we supposed to be in that one?
You're supposed to be yourselves as humans and yourselves as clinicians. How is this, what's your immediate reaction? Think about how Daniel Free reacted to that. So it's first just understanding your own emotions, and then how does that drive you? Does it drive you to have an appropriate reaction, an inappropriate reaction? Does that make sense?
Supposed to be ourselves,
Correct. You are yourself, you're a human, and or you can think of yourselves as a clinician, but you're thinking about how does that situation impact me? This is level one listening. You know, so it's just, to be honest with my Daniel Free saying like, this is very difficult, but I'm disgusted by this. Yeah. Favor. Do you And then yes, if you don't mind joining this team, that'd be great. So do you have any questions, Steve? Cindy, you're very smiley today. You're both very smiley. I'm also very busy. What is it?
So we're just, what is reaction to
Yes, so there are 4 quadrants. The first one is that. Yes, so you're putting yourselves in a position of yourselves as humans or as clinicians, but you're getting in touch with what is your real, genuine reaction to somebody who's got that situation.
What is that?
What date is this week?
Self-management.
No matter how much you give, empathy, awareness, maybe that's something that does start.
I just saw look on how much longer that has to
That's okay. Dissecting the pieces. It sounds like I think you are.
When I walk into a room and I'm thinking about my man sitting over my bed and quiet or, you know, whatever, I'm thinking that's all right. You know, so it's like you walk in and you're already addressing her because it's what
Then you go to self.
it's what you do.
Someone who
So,
walks in and brings half what they know. You know, my back's completely, whereas I think if you do it, you don't even think about that side of it.
So what could be the benefit of breaking it out into these kind of
Maybe to identify where people need more help, you know, walk in and, you know, sometimes you'll see someone who comes in and stands back and all.
And you notice their body language.
Right, I'll give you a little comparative with the.
Well, right, I think it's kind of not saying what they might want to say, or
Yeah, and so much more. Is it any other working?
are you really paying? You know, saying something. I I'm not gonna deal with
It was
We're not.
And then she, I guess you can address share options.
No, but there's not. Well, it's kind of like instruction. It's almost like paying assessment, like that.
You ever do that, like,
Being aware of what's happening.
I don't have her number, I'll contact like that. And that's what I'm going to, call Jen.
Okay, social work.
So for social work,
Maybe trying to understand that.
Just himself take care of her. This is all together.
Same as was, but yeah, it's going on.
Source of intelligence, why it
How's it going, team? Brother? Sharon, did us first? Oh, you've been volunteered. You know what that means, Robbie? Okay, so whoever would like to volunteer. How's it going?
Need more time, are you done?
not computing.
And I'll ask you all the text to get a line for social work.
Are you still working? Where are you done?
Okay, done.
Okay.
The last one.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Take another minute and then wrap up.
It just makes me feel like yeah, you just want somebody that just recognizes.
Okay, if I may interrupt your discussions. team. We have a team ready to volunteer their reactions to this scenario. This is the scenario you worked on. Right? So take it away. Walk us through the emotional intelligence, those 4 quadrants.
Now, that scenario, the wife had a stroke, and he was worried how he was going to take care of her. Self-awareness. First of all, we'll get case management involved.
Yes.
Together with social work.
Well, let me interrupt you for a moment. Is this quadrant 1?
No.
You may be starting in a different quadrant. First quadrant is, Erin?
I think first or self-awareness.
Yeah, what's your reaction?
You might be thinking like, what am I gonna have to do now to get home care in place? And, you know, I have all these other patients to see, and this is gonna take a lot of my time to make sure that all these needs are met.
Right, this is more of the kind of level 1 listening. It's like, how is this going to impact me? Anand, you think you're on the right path. I think you jumped ahead a little bit. But keep going. So yes, this is how it impacts me. Actually, the 4 of you, how do you feel about somebody who's gone through this?
I said most of us, because of what we do, I think by nature, walk into the situation and are already in the relationship management sector without realizing you may have processed the other. But when you go in, your action is already empathy and caring and identifying that they're going through something and, you know, trying to help from that point of view.
You jumped to 4, but go back to you as a human. How does this impact you as a human?
You could be standing in that same position. How would it make you feel?
That's what I'm asking you. How would it make you feel? I'm asking you. This is not a rhetorical question.
Stressed out.
Stressed out?
Like, it's not even just, it's like a family member who's never gonna be the same again. In your mind, you're thinking of the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
And we talked about, you know, Erin brought up that maybe sister, a cousin, a friend had a stroke and had a poor prognosis, so you're immediately diverting your thoughts to this person's never going to be able to walk again, talk again.
Right.
Be the same pressure. It's burden. It feels burdened. You feel like you want things to be back to where they used to be. And it's in your head, you know, what you're going back to thinking is, how will I be helped to this human being, my loved one, who's life-changing a stroke, you know?
Right. So forgive me for interrupting. So I mean, Kathy and Anand, you went right to it. You're experienced. You go right to it. We're dissecting these pieces. What I'm kind of doing is asking you to look at that wheel, that vocabulary wheel, and you're pinpointing those emotions, and you're naming them. Chavi, you're doing a great job of saying, like, I'll never go back to the state I had been before. I had a stroke. Limited mobility, limited cognitive ability, all those things. You're naming those. Those are the emotions you feel. If you are the human in the situation, not the caregiver. Yes. So yes, I just wanted to make that big distinction. That's what we're doing first. We're taking these steps 1 at a time. Kathy made the point and made it before, which is, you know, why are we going through these 4 points? Because maybe in this process, you are experienced caregivers, but you're going to be bringing somebody else along as a caregiver at some point, whether you're a formal leader or an informal leader, and understanding these different pieces. Like, if you are not in touch with how you felt, like what Chavi just felt, you may go through a very different path through those 4 quadrants, right? You may not remember what it's like, you know? So Erin also said, you know, like, you know, you started naming some very specific emotions. So that's good. So that's quadrant 1. Now go. I'm sorry I interrupted all of that. Number 2.
Self-management, you start thinking what you can do to help them, and take more kind of power of the situation and optimism to it.
Yes. Come on in. Yeah. Do you have to manage your own emotions in response to what you felt in quadrant 1? So if you feel like I may never have the same lifestyle again, is there anything you have to, frankly, mask or feel differently or put on hold in your own reaction before you start going anywhere else? This is kind of self-regulation. This is self-management. If there isn't, that's okay. I'm just asking the question. That's what quadrant 2 is. I'm having a reaction to this person. Kathy, you said it. I feel empathy. You know, this is a very different lifestyle. Somehow, at some point, you put that aside and you say, I kind of switch from human to caregiver. You do that subconsciously.
So you have to recognize the situation at hand.
Yeah.
That, okay, she has a stroke now, and you have to be aware of from here on, henceforth, how do I move forward?
Yes. So keep going. So you did 2, so what's 3 then? You're starting to address that then, Anand.
We'll get case management,
The social awareness.
social work, discuss a plan of care, of course, with the family, and if there's need for rehab, of course, we'll do rehab, and physical therapy will be involved.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Any other thoughts, team? Good.
Speech pathology.
So you're bringing others, so that's kind of the forge the bond and the co-create the plan. Any other comments or questions for this team? Okay. Very good. Thank you. Who would like to volunteer next? Who did I say? Who volunteered second? Okay. Tell us which one you had again.
Worried how he will pay for this.
Okay.
We thought this was a little hard. It was just like a, one statement, but we'll do the best we can. So for self-awareness, you're thinking as the provider, when somebody says maybe they'll have a difficult time, maybe they're worried about paying for this day, you think, well, maybe you're a little apprehensive about taking care of them. It's going to be a lot of work for you, a lot of time consuming. You have to, maybe you have to stay late at work because you're going to be talking to other people about the case. So it's, you're thinking like, what are the work constraints for me, like Aaron mentioned for their group as well. And then for self-management, maybe you're going to be a little more interested because you can't escape. You have to do the work. So you're tackling the care, you're going to try and be optimistic and positive. Does that work?
Yeah, there's no right answer. I mean, I liked your candor in the first one. You said, you thought, how is this going to impact me? Yes, this person is injured, he's worrying about how he's going to pay for this, but you're honest and you're saying, this is going to maybe mean more work for me. I think that's an honest response. Yeah, keep going.
And then for social awareness, maybe you're thinking, I need to trust others to help me out too. So what other services can I call upon to help me in this situation, because I can't do this by myself. So getting case manager, social worker involved, and even when the patient leaves, community resources, you can try to reach out to that to help the patient in their recovery. Because it seems like he was maybe had surgery, injured, he's in a walker, he's using a walker. And maybe some home PT if he can't pay for rehab, looking into things like that. And then for relationship management, thinking maybe, the one that applied to us most was teamwork and collaboration. At the end of when we finish a case, you're always surprised about how things went so well together. So, you always have to think have confidence in others to help you out.
Great. Any other thoughts, team? Any comments, reactions for them? Okay, thank you. Who'd like to share their view next? Sibby, which one is it again?
Car accident 6 months ago, pain won't go away. Self-awareness, it's actually when we see a person with pain, we think about, it's going to be a lot of pain medications overnight. It's going to be every 3 to 4 hours. It's going to be nonstop. It's going to be the bell.
You can't see Amanda's body language because her back is to you. But I'm teasing you, but I want to ask your opinion afterwards, okay?
And it's, you want to get any satisfaction because the pain doesn't go away, no matter how much of pain medication you give. Self-management.
That's more like us not being judgmental, kind of putting a filter on it instead of that to show you're really in pain, it's kind of, and putting your, I feel like social awareness is putting yourself in their shoes, having empathy. And then relationship management would be getting the family involved, pain management team, social work, this guy can't work if he's in this much pain. There's a lot of life issues to deal with also.
Good. Any other thoughts, team? Amanda, what's your thought?
I hear that from the nurses too, and I'm probably thinking the same thing, like, oh, they took so many doses, now I have to go and count up other doses, redose the opioids and things like that. But then when we kind of think about the patient, they are really in pain. We actually talk to them.
So thanks for those distinctions. Yeah, I mean, yeah, these are real feelings, real emotions. Thank you. Next team. Too shocked to comprehend. Who has that one?
Well, I guess for number one, it can be, we went from one direction, but now hearing everybody else, it can go in two directions, I guess. Initially, we were saying, like, we would think, what if that was me, like, what would I do, and you feel so terrible, but also, when we see family members, like, when you're going through a discharge and you can see that they're so shocked at everything, you're like, oh my God, this is going to take, like, so long, because they're not even listening to you, they're just thinking about what's going on. So that would be number one. Number two.
So let me, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that because they're not comprehending, this may take many multiple discussions.
You're going to keep asking you the same question, and you, even if you write it down for them, they're kind of just like, wait, what did you say again? Because they're not listening, or they're going to keep interrupting you, or they're just thinking about something else.
They're still numb from the whatever.
And number two would be kind of to stop yourself from showing any kind of emotion or being frustrated, and kind of just say, okay, what did you have to ask me again? You know, and just slow down. And if you were thinking like, oh, what if that was me? You kind of have to just try to say, how are they feeling? You know, like what if you were in that position and you got that kind of news? You kind of, you know. And then you could ask them, you know, what aren't you understanding? How else can I explain it? You know. We really didn't understand like what we could really put for that. At first we were saying, you know, you would say you're sorry, you know, there's a lot to take in. What are your concerns? And it's okay to feel the way you're feeling.
Oh, I think you also named it, which is sometimes you just have to wait and be present because they're so kind of numb from the shock. Their information is not able to come in. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that somewhat accurate? So it's like you can tell them, but they're right. It's not coming in yet. They're in shock.
And then number four, kind of the same stuff. Tell them that, you know, take time to take it in. Set up, you know, anything that they need to get set up, whether it's, you know, social work or support systems or follow-up appointments, and tell them, you know, call them with any questions you have, so that they know somebody's there. They go home and they think of another question.
Yeah, very good. Anything else, team members, to add? It reminds me of the letter of congratulations, or the letter of kudos. One of the things they said about Mary was, Mary, you know, I can't remember what exactly, but it was, you know, even though I had an extremely inquisitive nature. I mean, what it says to me is that they were informationally needy, and they probably had thousands of questions, and you probably, I don't know this, but I imagine you probably shared it with them. They needed to hear it again. Is any of that true?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you're doing here.
Today,
because they weren't ready to receive the information.
Anxious, okay, a post-coronary stent. And I had to spend a lot of time there at the bedside, and it was the same information that I was given and being patient during that time. Okay, because there was a lot of anxiety.
Yeah. So the information was just not able to come in yet. They needed to get back to kind of center to be less anxious. Thank you. And last team?
So, for the first quadrant, self-awareness, we
This is the one you worked on, right?
yeah. So we, you know, as a caregiver, we could feel like torn, annoyed that, you know, you spend all this time explaining things and they still don't completely understand. So now you're torn. How much longer do I have to spend? How else can I explain things that they can understand? So those are the emotions that we came up with. For self-management, you know, we thought, you know, try to sort of redirect your emotions and maybe put yourself in their shoes. Maybe, you know, what if it was your parents? yourself, your family members, how would you feel? So sort of like redirect your emotions. For the third quadrant, social awareness, maybe trying to identify what the barriers are, what it is about them, their educational background, their ethnic background. Is there something that's preventing them to understand better, sort of recognizing what the barriers are? And then the last one, maybe trying to use your resources to, overcome those barriers.
Very good. Anything else to add, team?
I would just add, engaging. I see that she has a loved one there, and sometimes when people aren't in a place as the patient where they can absorb the information, if they have someone that's with them that can help absorb that information, it's usually helpful for us as caregivers because you have to do less repeating and less teaching if the family is with them.
That's a great point. So question for you.
Who is this person?
We don't know if he's a patient or she's a patient.
So what's their relationship? We don't know. I'm glad you said yesterday.
The discussion came up. Somebody said, okay, so the son said, and some people said, no,
That's the husband. And so we had a very different discussion. But I had the good fortune to round with some of you in the shadowing,
and it did come up where the person was asked, there was a translation challenge, and the person sitting in the room was asked, would you like to stay here for this discussion? Because the hidden question was, you could help us with the translation. And the person said, no,
I don't think I should be here.
But the caregiver thought, well, we need you here. We didn't ask what the relationship was and whether or not the patient felt comfortable with that person.
We didn't know if that was the husband or friend or a casual acquaintance who was just visiting.
So, just an important piece. Something else that came up here in one of the previous discussions was one of the physicians said, I feel rage toward this physician because I feel like that person isn't explaining well enough.
Yeah.
Somebody said yes? You felt that? Somebody felt that too?
No blame, but that is empathy. Again, we don't know, but that's really putting yourself in the shoes. So very, very nice job. Yes, Mary.
Well, maybe that's the wrong way to feel that, but that's not making you feel judgmental because you don't know how much effort, unless you know what effort or lack of effort somebody did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because we all have had experiences where we've spent humongous amount of time explaining things, and
it doesn't go.
It's not enough. I mean, I remember leaving work one day, and two families were very angry at me, and I'm very patient. Like I am, I don't mind that they're angry and not nice to me. I don't take it offensively. And there was no way I could work those two families' emotions that night. I went home feeling like lousy, okay, but there was no way.
Right.
And I spent a lot of time.
Sounds like you did the right thing, and it sounds like they were lucky to have you. Sometimes, as you know, you can't. It doesn't always work. Keep doing what you're doing. All I'm hoping, and I don't know this, Mary, is that sometime down the road, the family was like, they appreciate. We know we were difficult. Sorry, it happened. So, I mean, you're doing the right things. Keep doing it. So, the summary to this discussion. Thank you all for working through that 4-quadrant model. Keep it in your back pocket to just for those moments when you yourselves get emotionally hijacked. Maybe take a step back and say, let me just go through this kind of model for a second. How am I feeling about this? Because maybe that's dictating, maybe I'm forcing my own thoughts. I'm only using level 1 listening here, and I could take a step back and maybe use level 2 or level 3 listening to really understand what is the patient going through and then help to get to a better solution. So there's no one-size-fits-all. Again, this takes a lot of practice. You figure this out by yourself, looking at your colleagues, learning, reading people, listening to your instincts, learning from mistakes, reflecting and thinking and understanding. And again, intellectually smart does not only mean IQ, but it's EQ also. And EQ will make you a better communicator with practice and a better leader. I'm going to skip through the next 2 slides by just saying emotions spread like viruses. So when you are showing positive emotions and reassuring, that often tends to spread. Smiles are contagious. The opposite is true too. when you're feeling down, others can pick up on that. And I bet you notice that. That mood can be contagious. So the summary is you can learn to be a more emotionally intelligent leader. And like all skills, the more practice, the better you get. So that's the end of that section, IQ versus EQ. We're going to make a quick shift to the HCAP survey that you all now have in front of you. And before I do that, we're delighted to have Jackie here with us. Jackie McCarthy, who has some wonderful news to share with us about some recent data. Please tell us, Jackie.
So I'll just pass out a few copies of this. You can. So what we're counting out are the most recent patient experience scores, not only for the hospital, we also broke it out specifically by the nursing units that are participating in this program. And also even deeper than that, we looked at the 28 providers, the 28 individual hospitalists that are participating in this program, and we looked at the aggregate of their scores, specifically from patients who were taken care of exclusively by those hospitalists, to see what type of trends that we were going to be experiencing in our patient experience scores. So what you have are the three different aspects of what I just described. The first is the likelihood to recommend national percentile rank trended out over the last 3 quarters. So you'll see in Q1, the hospital overall was in the 53rd percentile for likelihood to recommend, which means that we score more competitively than 53% of hospitals in the United States, which is very good. In the second quarter, we were in the 49th percentile, so you can see that's relatively flat. But then in the third quarter, which we have about 700 patient responses back so far, so that's a pretty significant sample of our patients, we're in the 78th percentile nationally. So that is a very significant jump for the hospital. And we believe that the people in this room are actually driving a lot of those improvements. And so what we wanted to do was look at your individual units, and if you look, the purple bar below that is the nursing unit. 39th, 40th, and 74th percentile in likelihood to recommend, and you'll see that that's 2 Cohen through 8 Monty. That's the likelihood to recommend for all the patients treated specifically on those units. In Q3, 74th percentile in likelihood to recommend. And the 28 hospitalists that are taking place, that are participating in this program, actually jumped from the 27th and 18th percentile in likelihood to recommend to the 78th. So that's really significant. When we look at the next 2 pages of data, I apologize, it isn't an eye test. It's very tight to get all the information on one page. But I did highlight what's important, which is the 3 yellow bars that you're looking at. And that's the Q1, Q2, and Q3 scores for the 5 domains in HCAHPS that we believe are being influenced by this program. So communication with doctors, communication with nurses, pain management, communication regarding medication and discharge. And when you look specifically at the domains around communication with doctors and communication with nurses, you'll see, for example, communication with doctors was in the 8th percentile in the first quarter. That's that first yellow column. The second quarter in the 3rd percentile. And then the third quarter in the 33rd percentile. Also, looking at doctors treating you with courtesy and respect, up to the 47th. Doctors listen carefully to you, up to the 36th. Doctors explain things in a way that you understand, up to the 24th. So that's for patients who were seen on those nursing units, right? When you turn to the next page, which is the last of the 3 pages, these are for the patients that are being cared for by the 28 hospitalists that are participating in the program. So it's exclusively that patient population. Look at the physician scores, look at the nursing scores, look at the fabulous work that's being done. This is not a fluke. This is something that we're seeing in the month of July. It's something we're seeing for the surveys that have just started coming back for the first couple of weeks of August, and these scores are really consistent. So I wanted to come today. Thank you for the invite, Jim. I wanted to share this information with you, congratulate you to keep up the momentum, and we'll be sure to be sharing this information with you on a regular basis because I know that everyone is working working so hard, we want to make sure that you're feeling nice.
Good job.
Great job, everyone. So, speaking about great HCAHPS scores, you've got the HCAHPS survey in front of you. I'm just going to just remind you of how that works, and this is what patients see. And so this is pulling back the curtain on the data that Jackie just showed you. You have the survey. It's 31 questions. Patients get it between 2 days and 2 weeks after discharge, random patients. And remember, the HCAHPS scale is, as you see, the responses never, sometimes, usually, always. All those good numbers are only when patients circle always. So keep up that great work. Just a fact, somebody shout out a response. What % of patients discharged from the hospital were not able to recite their own meds list? Rosalia, I see you mumbling something. 90, it's a high number, it's 72%.
It's that those are the ones that worry.
That we're able to. Well, so why do I ask you that question? Because here are a summary of what the questions in front of you look like. You all, nurses, doctors, have an obvious impact on the survey. Your patients are answering questions about you, the same three. How often did they treat with courtesy and respect, listen well, explain well? Together, you both influence these things. Answers to pain management, communication about meds, discharge planning. So, for example, the way you both are in sync in your messages, and of course, pharmacy team, social work, and others. Look at one question, for example. What number is it? During your hospital stay, how often was your pain well controlled? Is that 13?
13.
Yeah, that's a pain management question. So some of you in your behavioral commitment said, I'm going to ask that question more often. We're not just teaching to the test, but this is, believe it or not, all of these things, pain management, common about meds, discharge planning, they are all ways that patients perceive how well, they go back up to how well you're communicating, nurses and doctors. The way you and your team respond to pain management, common about meds, and discharge planning. We'll talk more about this next time when we do talk about great lasting impressions. Here's another one. I think it's 17. Before giving you any new medicine, how often did hospital staff describe possible side effects in a way you could understand? This is a subtle difference. It won't take you a whole lot of extra effort. I encourage you, maybe you already know this or do this, Amanda, it's the difference between when you take this medication, you might feel dizzy or nauseous. The difference is the side effects are when you take this medication, you might feel dizzy or nauseous. It's just saying those words. Remember, the patients are not ready to receive information. Sometimes they don't hear unless you say the words. You probably know that already. It sounds obvious.
Well, I don't say the word side effect, but sometimes I do,
Okay. I just offer that because, again, patients are confused, scared, it doesn't register. It registers more if you actually say the words. So think about how you as a team manage these things. It helps patients, frankly, respond more positively on the survey. So a summary, I won't go through all of these things. How do you co-create the plan? Some tips. Keep reintroducing yourself. Involve patients by asking, what do you understand about your condition? Listen well. Use layperson terms, not medical terms, to explain well. And number 4, co-create the plan by teaming up. We've been talking about that a lot. Ask the patient to team up with you, the family members, nurses and doctors working together, and review the discharge discussion. Won't go through all of these IHI tips, the Institute of Healthcare Improvement. This is how they co-create the plan. This is on the web, actually. There's 9 here. I'll just talk about a couple. Understand, record, and address patient goals. I know the whiteboards have been removed here. Just figure out a way to make patients understand you know what their goals are. Find out what makes the person feel happy, alive, and connected to the community. This is what you did in your level 1, level 2, and level 3 listening exercises. Keep doing that. Flatten the hierarchy between the person serving and the person served. So it's, again, coming down to the same level of the person and having that dialogue with them and making them feel more trust and maybe less anxiety. Those are some tips. So the last part before we end the day today is take out those little strips of paper. This is your opportunity to write down your 4th commitment. You've written 3 already. I want to give you the last couple of minutes today. Commit to a 4th behavior. And as you do that, here's a brief review of what we spoke about last time. you all are on the right page, but a couple of your commitments were a bit vague.
Instead of like sitting more, well, a better commitment would be, I will sit down with every patient.
What I'm asking you to do today is write your fourth commitment, and notice this, what is your audit plan for that? Are you going to ask a colleague to help you with that for this next week or next month? Maybe you're, again, instead of putting something it's a bit vague, the 1 minute rule. I think this person means I'm going to listen, frankly, for 2 minutes without interrupting. You know, something like this, I'll listen for 2 minutes without interrupting. Well, how do you know you're doing that? I don't know if you go in there with a stopwatch or not, but what do you notice about yourself? Are you able to be present longer? How will you audit that? So write down your fourth commitment, and if you can, now write down a sentence. How will you audit? If you have any questions, let me know. You can work with your neighbor. You can do it individually.
But take a minute now to write down your fourth commitment, and I'll ask you to leave that behind today. So for those who are still writing,
please continue.
I'm going to move forward. Just keep working on your own commitment and how you will audit. For those who are finished, leave them at the edge of the table, leave them behind so we can pick them up. So we just
finished that last section, and now we're into our summary. I'd like to hear from you. We asked a couple of people volunteered, and I volunteered a couple of people.
For some thoughts.
Any reaction, any response?
A few people, great. What'd you take away?
I guess a negative reaction was when they were talking about like how burned out we were, there was nobody who said
they were not burned out.
It was, and even when you look at the numbers, yeah, it was like 54 or something like that percent were like, I'm sort of burned out to the but then like, even like the other half were like, all right, well, I'm burned out more often than I like, and some were, they didn't even know how to quit. So, there we go, that's right there. But,
okay, thank you for that observation.
That was like, I mean, I know like burnout exists in the hospital, but then I have to think about like who's in the room. Like nobody said they weren't burned out. I have to like, we all said, yeah. So it was like a shock to me.
Okay, thanks for that observation. So just a reminder about the data. So what we said, question number 2, there 56% of how burned out do you feel? Occasionally, and I recover reasonably well. So it's an astute observation. Now, forgive me, I don't want to put words in your mouth. My assumption is that means that people get burned out occasionally and they feel like they have resiliency skills. Again, is that accurate? Is that not accurate? I see some people shaking their heads. They feel like they have. So I think your point is spot on. I think people feel it, Josephine.
So that was my response?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's exactly it. So there are times when I feel, particularly if it's been a bad week or there's been, a tremendous amount of stressors that kind of pile on together, and you don't even have a minute to think from one thing to the next, that for me, that's that point in time. But that doesn't mean that, I kind of take a deep breath, I rely on my colleagues, my coworkers, and I feel like I have some of that resiliency so that you can recover, come back, and there's some time that maybe in between the next time, you feel that way, but that you know that you can get past it and kind of move on. And those are some of the coping mechanisms and resiliency factors. So I think it's kind of hints to what I was saying before about allowing yourself to give yourself that permission. If I answered that any other way, I wouldn't be true to myself.
So which one did you answer?
Occasionally, and I recover reasonably well. That's what you said you answered, right?
Right.
So that's a great point. So I think what I'm here saying is feel it. And so maybe what we can do next time, and I'm open to your thoughts, is just spend more time on what are the resiliency methods that people use. So how to help people cope, how to help. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but again, if you want to send me a note, Kareem, I'd welcome it, and others as well. Thank you.
I have to agree with Kareem, though. I expected people with, because if you're just occasionally, I forget exactly how that question was phrased.
How burned out do you feel?
Why am I hearing negative, negativity around me? Okay, in other words.
No, so how burned out do you feel? A, not at all, I'm fully engaged.
Well,
B,
that means, really, nobody said that, and I can understand, because otherwise you would be honest.
right. Well, few people do say not at all or ever in a frontline role. That's what I've observed.
Okay, but the next one is the next best one.
Occasionally, and I recover reasonably well. Third is, and that was 56%. Frequently, and I'm not coping as well as I'd like to, 28%, and D, significantly. Burnout affects me daily, but I keep going. That was 17%, and nobody hit 5. So that's part of the discussion, so thank you for that observation. I just wanted to see how you felt, and we can spend more time on methods next time, if that's what you'd like to do. So, thank you for your feedback.
But I don't know, did you mean that when you said that comment about, in other words, I expected more people to not be as positive in that answer? Okay, because if I'm hearing this negativity around me, okay, then people aren't honest with themselves, unless we have all these positive people in the room.
I think that I feel all the people in the room like you, the way you see everyone work, I expected more people to aim for B. It was a shock that I saw that higher percentage. It's near 40-something% that they said that they really couldn't cope, which was a shock.
Yeah, he's saying now. He's saying now, yeah.
C says frequently, and I'm not coping as well as I would like to.
Yeah, but then if you combine those two.
I guess there was a big difference between B and C then, right?
Yeah, so I'll share this slide with you again. B is occasionally, and I recover reasonably well. C is frequently, and I'm not coping as well as I'd like to. So the people in C probably, it sounds like they would welcome more ways to be resilient, more ways to rejuvenate. and also the people who were D, which is significantly, burnout affects me daily, but I keep going, 17% there. So we have some ways to focus on being more resilient and preventing burnout. So I think, and let me just make a distinction, and we're coming to the end of our time. I'm going to stay, but we can have this discussion. I just want to make a distinction. You used the word negativity, Mary. I just want to be clear. Maybe this is not what you mean. Difference between negativity and feelings of burnout versus resiliency. Negativity, in my mind, is somebody who's contributing in a negative way versus the feelings and the responses that they're having to difficult care in a workday.
Right. When I say negativity is, I see a person, okay, and all they're saying is complaining during the day. When we ask them how you're doing, there's always negative response. Not always, because you never say always, you never say never, okay? But a lot of times there's a negative response.
And that definitely could be a symptom of burnout.
Right.
And then we would have to address that with that person. So we'll talk about the symptoms, we can talk about what causes burnout and what helps us get to resiliency.
But I think it was good to see that people are feeling the same way.
That's a great point, yeah.
You know, it's not just you that might be feeling that way. I mean, some people might hide it very well. Some people might talk about it all the time. Those you kind of know what they're going to say. But some of the people look like they're high functioning, doing everything, and you really don't know what's going on. So it was kind of good to see that nobody feels like,
this is easy.
I'm fully engaged in my work.
Yeah. So that's part of the reason we address it, because it typically
affects everybody in healthcare.
So thank you.
Anybody else? Did you want to say anything else?
I just want to echo his opinion. Same thing. I was kind of, I think it's important to raise the awareness that, us caregivers, there's some level of burnout, and it's important to acknowledge the well-being of her emotional and physical state in order to be able to be compassionate toward our patients.
It's a great point. I'll go back to, yes, Caitlin, I'll go back to one of the first things that Dr. Epstein said in the video clip was compassion for others begins with compassion for self.
Right.
Good point. Caitlin, and then Chrissy, if you want to add anything.
I just like to add that, remember last time we went over that whole difficult discharge?
Yeah.
Difficult discharge. You focus on one thing, and we went to A to Z, what was going on. But what's hard is you can sit there and pick that apart, but me, as a nurse, I have 6 patients doing all the same thing.
Yeah.
Every single one of them has something, and it's never easy. Nothing is easy ever, and it just sucks away.
Yeah, most definitely.
It really is.
Yeah, thank you for saying that.
So if you think it's a good idea, we'll spend more time on how do people cope.
Yeah, you can sit here and say you spend so much time talking about this one person, but that was so time consuming, just that one conversation.
Sure.
Yes, you're right. The hope is that if we look at one kind of case study at a time, it gives more
tools for each one of those so that it becomes less and less challenging the next time. That's the aspiration. So, Chrissy, would you like to add anything?
Just being more mindful of your self-awareness, your body language, your tone of voice, and that helps build resilience.
Okay. Well, again, I don't mean to cut this conversation short. I'm staying. Thank you for the astute observations. I wanted to just say to you, thanks today we did co-create the plan, and I want to congratulate you again on your great work. It is hard work, it's meaningful, your patients are seeing it, I want to say that the results are showing. Thank you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Have a great day.
Ya soy no sé por qué tiene issues from the room, right? What?
Totally. Oh no, I don't even want. I didn't know. I didn't want it. I was putting it back to the cooler. Don't pick on me. I will take it out of the salon. It's not hungry.
Right, yeah. Still have another 4 hours or 5 hours left. You were here today?
She came off telly. She came off telly, so I could get the time, because that's what happened, was they went in to see where she was. Why she was off telly. Roommate said, he took it off, she had the scrubs on, and she said she was leaving. Yes. And, yeah.
Okay, what if I email it to you? And then you actually put it at the top.
I have one.
Thank you. Okay.
If you could just give me those times.
Yeah.
Do we set these up all over again for the next one?
We do, yeah.
Paper?
Thanks.
What do you need, Jim? There we go.
I'm well, thank you very much. I'm well. I feel very good. Oh, thanks. Any thoughts about that discussion?
Oh, emergency room.
So the roommate said.
It's interesting to me because it's the difference from session to session.
Yeah.
No, we found
Yeah, it's
out,
very different.
she didn't see that, the roommate, but she said took off the box.
I just had to come to the same
Said on that.
session because that's what fits into my schedule. I normally don't come.
Yeah.
Did you have any income before then?
What do you think about the reaction to the data, to the
No,
current
what
data?
happened was we,
Very
the
different.
staff started to go, the whole
Either
went to
yesterday
for
we
her.
speak up about it, or
And she said that she saw her
Today,
in the car,
there's no concern.
said,
is that what you felt?
oh, yes, so she followed into the parking lot, because she had jewelry and scrubs on.
Where, in the emergency room?
Is this the next round?
Was it up
They
the
come
call for
for the next.
This is the same.
No, they delivered the second one.
Okay.
They did. Yeah,
Grapes.
and so,
Yeah.
Opal went, they took the elevator and they were able to.
Food I just shifted it over. Oh, this is perfect. Tell me next time, don't bring
So
it.
getting into the parking, they said parking lot.
Are you gonna?
Because she,
Not just a grab.
then I had heard
Oh, you
that
wanna take
security had
something
seen
to go?
her.
I don't know, if you guys sit in a second, or I'll take it to go, I mean, I'm just gonna say. Are you gonna stay for the next discussion?
Yes.
I'm gonna try to come back, I cannot stay that for the email. 18, oh, sorry,
So-
15.
But she wasn't gonna stop her, so.
Cause I have to go to
security-
medical board.
We called them, they had a description, and supposedly one of them.
So everything worked well. I think we'll use the computer again for the polling software.
Matching her
And then-
description.
And then,
So then we went.
what should I do with the,
Those are all my extras.
Oh, you have them ready to go?
Yeah, this is the next, the next
You guys are
stuff,
setting it?
stuff is there, and then I usually just, I'll make a pile of extras.
We just have 7:30.
I'm going to, just run to get a coffee. Does anybody want soda, water,
I'm good.
anything?
Actually,
Do you want anything, Amber?
and,
Do you want a coffee?
I'm good.
Or anything?
Thank you.
Be right back.
and he said he would have to check with me, he has a special.
What does she want?
She wanted to come back. So Robert said he would check with me and pull back. I looked on that. So I won't think she
Oh, there were smaller. Yeah, there's, you know what, I was using the ones in the closet, here's those up.
So he called her back.
So it's at
Wasn't
3:30?
even 5 minutes.
3:30, yeah.
And,
Is it horrible? Like, you know, what do you want?
all I heard this morning was that she stated that no one had seen her since 2 o'clock in the morning. She came up and no one had seen her.
Ever eat one? The critters? Don't never want another one.
So what?
They look like fresh baked, that's why. Ooh, good.
This table is just making it more clear enough. I don't really know what that.
You go down.
goes in your office because we had to call him.
Oh, this one would be, the letter.
They wanted me to say that I feel
Oh,
she
I would write it. What'd you do, Deandra? Comments and then this one?
so I think it was Tasha confusing with the.
Comments and then, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no, all right, we're back.
He said. He didn't know that she was
I'm going down. Taking everybody with me. I was gonna say, you're gonna make me try one, because now I can do it a lot. I had my salt, I'm gonna go to sugar.
Yes, but things just weren't. Yeah.
Jen, I'm gonna ask you a general question, which I don't know if you could answer, but maybe guide. Somebody's gonna come in and teach a class for us.
And they brought it down.
Probably gonna be 2 weeks.
And she.
I mean,
really
2
wanted
hours,
it.
once a week for 4 weeks. I was thinking something like 3 to 5 o'clock.
Right, actually,
Am
it
I
looked like
gonna have
it
a
said she
hard
was
time
having lost consciousness.
getting that
in the ER
time
also.
spot? I was thinking it's a better.
We're on the H&G.
On the ER sheet.
This is depends. You need one room or 2?
Renee Jones.
It's funny, it's really, for 7 people, but they're gonna open it.
Oh, yeah, for something. What did I say?
How much?
It was on.
I mean, I can tell you, we can look on the calendar, or, you know, when you schedule Brian, okay, you can bring my calendar. You know, I'm gonna make the phone call now, so I was gonna offer, so I'm like, if that's a bad time slot, or is there a day of the week that's better that you know? I would say avoid Mondays and Tuesdays. Okay, good. Well, because Tuesdays are, well, not that too many people come, but Tuesdays are the patient care services, meeting, that's every other Tuesday. Okay. Mondays, right. So Wednesdays, that's what I was thinking, like a Wednesday.
I have that thought actually.
Yeah. Okay. I know, but it's just general, I know it's not
Right. Are you flexible with the time? Because then when you tell Ryan or Peggy,
yeah.
look at different times. I had that thought too.
I'm just gonna speak to the speaker now, trying to get a feel for them.
Say anything
But if they answer me, you know, what I think works best.
I voted to ask.
Kind of wanted it to be a little.
It's confidential and just making you
You
aware.
usually have a good feel of that too. What do you
So,
think? For what? Like a 3 to 5?
But I haven't heard anything.
She wants 5 on that too.
You want to start this at- All right, so let me, I'm gonna see if that other thing is.
That's a negative.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's harder.
Test?
Yeah.
Nine.
This is the, what do you want to put this? Want to leave it back? Can you throw it on top of the extras there? This? Yep. All right, I gotta run upstairs, I gotta take care of some things, so are you staying? Or at least until someone else comes? Stay until somebody else comes. I was gonna go until somebody else comes. I wanna make sure somebody else comes.
We'll put it on.
Jen, are you gonna be here till the next session starts?
Yeah. That's good, Sam.
All right. Who signed up for the next one? Do you know? I thought it was Maria for the second one. Did I tell you the wrong time?
No, but I have to go to medical board.
So I did go from Irene was gonna be 30 minutes late because of medical board. Because the medical board's at 4. Oh, maybe it wasn't because of medical board. Irene was gonna be 30 minutes late for something. So there's a conference call at 4:30 with Kerry. So I think she's gonna be later than that. All right, if anything, I can always give Jim I've done it before, give him my office number, and if he needs something, I run down. I don't know, Dr. Rosenberg was gonna stop in, he wasn't a definite. Nicole couldn't make it. All right, do you have Maria's number, can we confirm?
Maria just had a death, that's why she's out.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Who was covering that?
I don't know if I can miss, because I'm scheduled to go to medical board, so I'm covering her all day, but.
Right.
I don't know if I, I never know the
still learning, like, what I can miss and what I can't. All right, let me go do what I have to do, and I'll check back and try to come back.
Yeah, no worries, this is good, you know what I mean?
I'll definitely stay, and I can stay until, I have to get my, those cookies done, right? Told you. I wish you didn't talk about this. I'm thinking I just had one and I want a second.
What'd you do, chocolate chip or the other one?
The other one.
Oh, go for
The other one's my favorite. The oatmeal, right?
Yeah,
I can't, that was really,
I mean, I am gonna be here, I won't get home till 7:30.
the second meeting I have.
Yeah, you keep your sugar up.
Goes every other week. I'm gonna go for an oatmeal one. We wanna change the time.
I had
chocolate.
chocolate.
You want 1 o'clock?
Just email me and I'll change
Do it, but I want
it.
usually I don't need too much influence. The rooms first. So everything is set up for 1 o'clock on November Thursday, Wednesday. Every other Wednesday. All right. Starting this Wednesday.
How many people can be?
Not that many.
Like a 5
Okay. Yes, definitely. One conference room is more than enough. Okay. I know. I'm gonna try to make it back.
Okay.
Nothing gonna promise.
Sure. Any reactions?
Sweatpants right now. Exactly. I better look at the sugar low, right? No, I don't let the boys. Has more engaged than I had seen in the past. And I wasn't at the last session, so I don't know. But they seem to be a little more
And this is some,
comfortable in their own skin almost in the session.
okay. Speaking up north.
Yeah, there are a bunch of extras in case you need.
I mean, you're calling on them, but some of them are volunteering as well, so. Usually they're good assistants. Know what to or share.
As I was saying, I never came to this session, so I tend to come to the first session, which is a pretty dynamic.
The first session is very. This group is, I've seen this group, for times, they're more like introverted, almost, very much so.
What else do we need?
It does take a little more to
Yeah,
get them to come out.
The next group, so, anyway, so that's what I thought about this group.
That table is done.
You were saying about the results, yesterday's results were
I was gonna
different
say-
than today's. I think that was
The
like a
results
nerve.
that
I
we
think
were-
this topic is a nerve for many in the room. Not co-creating the plan so much, but this piece about burnout. And I think that, I know Caitlin struggles every birthday. She's she never has a good day.
Oh, for me.
My office is situated on her floor. She's a nurse that transitions on the facility.
Hurry up and have a cookie.
No, the facility is not. It was my, so she came from Glencoe. CCU nurse. Their CCU, their, anything that's really sick comes here. So it's almost like the patient has will probably in her CCU, but she might have to. Now she's got sick for those patients. The only reason she came to the floor, because ICU nurses have the sense of being elite, should I say? She's not like, but the only reason she didn't go to ICU is because she had she accepted this position because she's never had a good day.
So how long has she been?
Not a year.
Okay.
Under a year. But like I just always go to check. Make it a point. She was really about Glencoe.
Yeah.
Always when I rounded, check in over how's it going. In the beginning it was like, yeah, and then it was like, she hit the wall.
I mean, she's definitely the D on that scale. She feels it all.
Oh my God. It's, no matter what time of the day I round, no matter what I have, morning and night, oh, never a good day, ever. See what she's.
So she's definitely showing me.
Yes.
All right. So the question that I'll ask both of you to help with is, what should we do next? Now, we're just at the beginning of collecting the data and recognition. Hopefully that's it. I hope it's a good thing for her that she can acknowledge it and in a group setting be safe enough to say, like, I want to feel heard. I'm not alone. If she's 17%, we can do the numbers on we had 18 people, I don't know what that means. If it's two people selected that,
Right.
2 or 3 probably.
Right.
And so, but that's significant. So what that means is for the sustainability plan of this program, it's first of all, the numbers look like they're going in the right direction, which is a wonderful thing, but we don't want to make sure that's happening at the expense of the masses. Now, we know,
And I
I hate
feel
to
like
say it, a few people are always going to feel burned out to your point. And it's like, how do you help those people get into a role that's more suited for that? What do you think?
No, I think it's definitely something we have to look at. I think, the things that she's verbalized to me, are her frustrations with, team members and physicians, and I think it's for her, it's adapting from, one place to another, having like an ICU team versus a floor team, which is just very different. She's still struggling. Yeah, she's most definitely struggling with the transition. You hear her interacting with the patients, she's appropriate. She's doing the right thing. She extends herself. She's putting herself out there emotionally, like all of those things. But she's spent halfway through the day.
Well, I'm sure she's treating her 6 patients as having 2 patients and doing everything that you would do.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh.
Okay.
You're so addicted.
Well, if you wouldn't mind kind of noodle over it, reflect, let this bake, and, I don't know if it means next time we spend more time on how to recognize burnout in yourself.
Yeah.
We can even go into that webinar in a little more detail. He outlines it pretty clearly, and people will recognize these behaviors in themselves, and then say, okay, what can I do about that? I mean, do you think we should address it somewhat in these sessions? It is about it is patient satisfaction related.
Yeah.
So I wonder what your thoughts might be.
I think we need to see, because we have sessions, 2 very different sessions. So we still have session 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I think I hit a nerve for this group. I just like, and I wasn't at yesterday, so.
For the whole group, or just a couple of people, you think?
I think a fair amount of them.
Okay.
And I think if it wasn't them, they're trying to figure out how to deal with those who they know it is. How do we deal with those people? They may not even be in the room.
it was interesting in the interpretation
I think they
as
struggle
well.
with it.
Because they were saying 2 different things, trying to interpret it, so they were thinking about it and trying to process it. And I didn't hear his name, but the gentleman in the front was thinking about it. Wow, those are my colleagues.
Those are my colleagues, and he
leaders.
was said, like, these are my leaders, and that's why he said, like, even, that's why I kind of responded back and made that point, like, it's okay to feel a certain way, and not to think that, if you're feeling that way, that's not okay.
Right. It's not a bad thing to have those feelings.
Right, you shouldn't be Superman. You shouldn't feel like you have to be Superman, even though many of us think we should. So he was kind of surprised and called me out, which I was glad. We've had a lot of conversations too, he and I. He's not, he's a relatively new nurse, but he's very confident, but not cocky.
Good.
And he's like that informal leader very early on.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And sometimes he's a little off base, but he'll go, am I off base on that? Like, he'll ask you, like, he knows, like, he processes it.
Well, I think it's great that he acknowledges that. My leaders feel, but I think my leaders feel burnout too sometimes.
Yeah.
And I think it's right. You said,
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, I do. And I have ways to cope with it.
Well, good.
Thanks, Miguel.
All right. Oh, we have,
We're gonna use it one more.
Okay, no problem. I'll bring it to you, Miguel, what time do you leave?
Okay.
Miguel,
What time do you go home?
what time are you out of here?
It's okay, in another hour.
Oh, is anything, can I take it back to my office? I'll bring it back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think, no, him and Phil, he was off for like 2 weeks, and then Phil was off or something. Oh my God, it's horrible when they don't have that second person here. I was like, no, Miguel, no. Oh my God.
Welcome.
Hello.
Are you Renee?
I'm Renee.
All right.
Yes.
How are you?
I'll see you later.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Josephine. Welcome. Bon appetit. If you haven't had a snack, yeah, you can have a snack.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Have some
Should I
grapes
grab one
and
of these?
grapes and apples.
Let's give her
And
that.
one of each.
The cookies are addicting.
They are. I had one.
I'm team
Trying to be good.
Jim, what time do you think, so this session's 3:30.
Right.
I'll come back at 4.
What was it the last time? Was it 30 minutes? 40 minutes?
It's about 40 minutes.
Okay.
So I'll come back at 4 anyway.
I hope to
What
be
time do you think
shorter this
is
for
a
this
break?
session. I try to make it at the midpoint. I think it was a little before the midpoint. So if that's 3:30, that means 5, right? 5 is what time do you leave? You leave at 5? Oh, okay. So we'll definitely.
I was trying to help. I'll take back the laptop. Like maybe can I come at like 4:45 or
Sure.
4:50, and I'll take the laptop, the clickers.
Yes.
Take the sign-in sheet.
Yes.
Stuff. So then when you're done, you can just put your laptop and not worry about it.
Wonderful. One
Oh,
more.
I'm sorry. I was talking to my husband. That's the only that's the only reason why I leave like at 5 on the dot, because then it's not my work together.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, it goes right to the firehouse after.
If you have, John, good to see you. That's okay. Do you mind calling Jackie again and see what time she's leaving today? Because I would like to have her share the data before she leaves. At a time, that's the time that works for her.
Slotted from 4 to 6.
John, it's kind of like an open invite.
Maybe, well, tomorrow's a good day. I mean, obviously it's been very useful. Okay. And talking to the other people that have gone. And the past, we meet every
I tried to stop at one of them.
organized on there, and I think the intent will be that everybody who's going to see our call will have to see our call. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, there's like 15 volunteers, maybe whatever, 15 hospitals, because there's 30 shifts a month, 2 calls. So I think they're going to try to maybe work it out where they get something like this.
These are very good, actually.
Because then you're moving the process forward, because my only thought was cheaper, it's just email, it's voluntaries. It's not enough, and then we can, because if you get to them, they'll get all these, points and helpful hints and how to approach patient interactions throughout the system. So it's not just me saying, let's go in with the energy if they're available. Other people when the time permits and all that other ways. That points have been excellent. Obviously, you go around the country, right?
I'm just gonna stay for it to get started.
How did we get it?
Well, in my life, I've made it about.
I'm gonna give these out now.
What I think would be just one point maybe for us as admitting, how it will really impact us. The reimbursements from the hospital, but why would we care? That would be something that, it's nice, it's good to know, it's all, good and well, but the numbers, the data, financial, I think about our finances, and then maybe down the road, it'll affect our evaluations of reimbursement, which may very well be. Sure.
So each contract now is not part of your compensation?
No.
And then I'll collect all the
And
stuff
almost every other site.
Well, I was thinking of this now. How could it be? Because the consultant in each caps for
I probably have boneless.
So Medicare will track.
I know, and I never have one.
Maybe what years down the road, they'll get that. But Medicare can say, okay, we're gonna. Consultants will make this much based upon Dr. Floyd, I don't know, that's what we take it down early. It's everybody has, but that's something that we as volunteers would really want to be aware of. I did get reports from
I'll
patients.
do it at the end of this, though.
Yeah.
And then at 6 o'clock you can do it.
Keep in mind the quarantine for the 2 Quarantine ambassador. Now, he's one of the voluntary hospitalists who will come to this next meeting if you're able to work it out with Dr. Wood. He's one of the ones that is careful. And a few, 4 or 5 of us. In fact, he said, us 4, all the admissions are 40. Nice to say, but it's like 20 pages long. And this is something that, going forward, I mean, we really want to know, how exactly do they know who's what, in other words, if I have somebody with a GI bleed and renal failure, you meet the GI doctor, nephrologist, doctor, we have to be aware that all those people right now, and they go to the doctor. Fine, okay, and then that's what I set up, it's going to be, generally, once or twice a year. But it is important to address that. That's rare, more so. But that's something that we as CAB and Dr. want to know exactly how the numbers are generated and formatted and things like that. But this is the way it is. That's the way it is. As an example, someone who just she said, oh, what's that? But she doesn't work out. She's empathetic to this. She's not saying somebody said before. Oh, yeah, she is. All right. She's a so, that's, I've noticed maybe a smaller, not as, you have focused on the because then we can take it through. Yes. Thank you for being here. They gave you time off? Let you leave early. You come here at 5 a.m. That's good. Then we just finish early. Yes, first big cookie, as you can see.
I get on signing in, she's got her snacks.
We're still in she didn't seem to be pleased. Well, I was just sitting there, I'm saying, we just take over. That room in the back there. Well, that's what I'm saying. The sign still says. And they're sitting there, so, why are we in here like,
I'll give you a set of more choice, so it's not
how's it going? How's it going? Good. Things are good. Oh, well, fasting, baby sleeping 7 hours these days. No, it's, and then last night 4, but 4 and then 4. I think the story is directional. She's 8 years. Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're actually, they went from there. So we got. I think it's the northeastern stuff.
One with white.
Hi all, welcome. Feel free to get your snacks. We'll start in another minute. I know there's more people coming. Anybody know of anybody who is not able to make it? Any of your teammates? Any floor issues that might be keeping people?
The chemo nurse is still finishing up chemo, she'll be here.
Okay.
And the other one is the nurse manager, and she's just finishing up some problem room.
Got it. And who are those people? Who's the chemo nurse that you talked
Janine Connell.
Oh, Janine. And the other person?
Carol.
And Carol, who goes by Martha.
No, she goes by Carol.
But her name is also Martha.
Yeah.
Okay. The email addresses, I'm like looking for Carol and I find Martha and I'm like, okay. Okay, good. Good to have you all here. If you don't mind, while we're getting ready, filling out the name tents, that'll help me and help each other. Thank you.
Alex, have you been watching the US Open?
Yeah. Mine on Friday night. It's very humid. Oh, yeah. I was pouring sweat just sitting there. I really felt bad for playing. I got to see Federer, and
It's always fun at the beginning of the tournament. Yeah, I love the hour. That's my favorite part of the whole
You know what, let me take this chance to go to the bathroom. I know.
You didn't just get out of medication again.
That was it. Good to see you. 2 weeks. I have a story about elephant. How did you get to it?
Well, thank you for having us.
Sign in.
How about a pen that works?
By the way, all rooms have old beds.
Yeah, correct. Months. Yeah.
So the nice in the party.
There is no party.
There's no party.
Just a computer.
Any updates on the beautiful baby?
Oh, thank you for asking.
New pictures?
There are many pictures. I'll show you next time, but she's sleeping 7 hours.
All right, there you go.
She smiles now when she's not sleeping. She smiles when she's awake.
Beautiful
That's a
thing.
wonderful thing.
And you're smiling because you're sleeping.
Yes, exactly. So, what else? Oh, she was 5.5 pounds. She's now almost 9 pounds.
Wow.
So we feed her nothing but spaghetti and meatballs. Yes. Thank you for asking. Yeah, we're just very, very.
Her name is Maya, right?
What's that?
What's your name?
Maya.
Maya.
Correct. Maya. That is my mom's
ate
name.
half of my lunch in the but I felt curry. I tried to eat it so fast, such a bad idea. I feel like the ones
Well, great to see you all. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules again. Delighted to have this opportunity to work with you. I'm excited. There's so much good news. Some of it you might know about. Some of it you might not yet know about. Jackie's still in the room? No, Jackie will be back. Good news about scores. That's a beautiful thing. So how many of you know about that? Raise your hand. Oh, okay, good. Congratulations. I'm eager to hear from you what you think is contributing to that. So, today we're continuing our dialogue, as you know, creating memorable patient experiences, and you're obviously doing it so well. Your patients are noticing. You're noticing it in each other. I'm going to share with you some words of encouragement, acknowledgement, kudos that patients are sharing and colleagues are sharing. But I'd also like to hear from you, what you're noticing, and tell me more. So here's our first look at creating a great first impression and co-creates a plan. This particular one starts on Formonte. Anybody here from Formonte today? I know that was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yes. Sometimes I know a few people switch sometimes. So here are some words that have come from patients. In this case, we'll disguise Mrs. DL's name. She said, well, she had multiple comorbidities and recovered enough to be able to go home with home care, but she said, I've been through a lot. I lost my mother a month ago. My father's ill with Parkinson's. I can't say enough about how this staff cared for me and made me feel. Remember we talked about that a while ago? Making things memorable. That is so important. People take that away. Often it's the story. People remember the emotion that they had. They take that with them. Days, weeks, months later. And, you know, even though I'm going to share with you some nice letters from patients and things, not everybody always gets this kind of recognition from their patients. So I allow you to live vicariously and receive this as acknowledgement of your own great work as well. They gave me back my life, and I want somebody to know. I can finally go home and see my father. She complimented the nurse manager as well as the team. And by the way, this is somebody who is an insider and knows. She's been a past employee at one of our system hospitals, Mrs. DL. And she said, I have seen a lot during that time. And I can tell you, this staff is above and beyond. I find trouble finding the words, but I hope you can understand how much it means to me. So, kudos to that team, and yes, kudos to you. So keep up the great work. Bravo. There's more. It doesn't stop there. Of course, many of these things here address the HCAHPS question: how often does the nurse doc treat you with courtesy and respect? And that goes further. Here's a letter that came August 28th. To whom it may concern. Sometimes you hear that there are angels on earth. I can tell you that that is true. Here's what happened. My sister was transferred to North Shore University Hospital. On the first day, I knew my sister was in great hands. Welcome. The nurses told my family, do not worry, we're going to do everything in our power to help her. They hugged us. Again, talk about therapeutic touch, talk about creating a great first impression, talk about the HCAHPS question, courtesy and respect. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Notice what patients and family members say. This is what they remember. This is what they acknowledge. They go on, and they say, my sister fought and was taken back to the RCU where I met Marissa Prasad. Am I pronouncing Marissa's last name correctly? A nurse practitioner. She's not just a nurse practitioner, she's a remarkable person. She stayed on the phone with me 30 minutes a day, each day, every day. Now, I know that's not always possible, and I know many of you have probably done that with many of your patients too. In this case, the family's acknowledging it and saying, great job. She was so patient with me and my family. She stayed on the phone just to make sure I understood exactly what was going on with my little sister. Let me tell you, we're not the easiest group to deal with. I wanted to acknowledge that because many times, I bet you know this, and this happens, when families get let's call it the emotional hijack, when I get the hijack, we don't always act rationally. Today we're going to talk about the difference between IQ and EQ emotional intelligence, and how we respond appropriately or not because of our fears, worries, anger. And you know, it doesn't always happen that the family or the patient afterwards says, you know, either I'm sorry or forgive me, you know, because I was hijacked. But that's kind of what she's saying here. We were not the easiest group of people to deal with. I would call upset and yelling at her. I bet many of you, again, you do great work, you do hard work. I bet you've had that experience. People shouting at you because they have an expectation. I would call upset and yelling, and she would listen. Again, HCAHPS question, how often does the nurse or doctor listen well? No, I'm not saying absorb verbal abuse. I'm not saying that there's a line. But I'm saying, of course, if this person is upset and yelling, what she also goes on to say is, by the end of the conversation, she was able to turn my anger into understanding. I just wanted to point that out. That's not easy. You know that better than I do. We're going to talk about that today. Since we're talking about co-creating a plan, we'll talk about, again, IQ versus EQ. That's not easy to do. Using your influence, what do you know about the patient? What do you know about their emotions? What do you know about their clinical background? And how do you turn them around? That's not easy, and I bet you do it often on a regular basis. Bravo to Marissa and team. That goes to the HCAPS question, explaining well. And her words of encouragement, that is Marissa. When my sister was awake and able to talk, she encouraged my sister to get up and walk and said, you're going to walk out of the hospital when you leave here. So don't underestimate the power of your words to reassure others. Look at the end. She acknowledges in the letter many others, and some of these individuals are in this program. Julia Jack, there are others mentioned. All of them were incredible. Talk about Forrest Bond. You all working well with each other. It's apparent to the patient that they see you working well together. Great. And notice that last sentence. We are thankful she was taken and treated at North Shore University Hospital. So bravo again. Good job to you. Sissy, come on in. We're reading through some good notes. A couple, and I'm happy to share these. By the way, tell me more. I'd love to hear from you. Here's one patient who acknowledged Mary Lawrence. And this letter acknowledges all the three key HCAPS questions: explain well, courtesy and respect, listening. She says, Mary Lawrence, a wonderful, compassionate person, kept my family informed. Look at the words that patients are using in what they remember about their experience. She was extremely busy, yet she listened to my concerns. In addition, she goes on to say, now tell me what you would read between the lines of this one. Mary Lawrence took the time and was not insulted by my inquisitive nature. What is this person saying about himself? What? You're a little annoying. Probably. Knows that she's probably, maybe not these words, informationally needy because she's feeling anxious at some level, but she, knows it. And in those moments when patients and family members just seem so unreasonable, I know you know this, that they are just hijacked. And so keep doing your good work, your hard work, which is so needed. I'll go a little further. Dr. Lawrence Belletti. This one comes from a coworker. I happen to know that yesterday, actually, a team with whom Dr. Belletti works were managing a particular patient. And this is a quote from the social worker, one of the social workers who said he was so patient and kind and really took time to listen. It was great to work with him. So this is Forrest Bond, colleagues recognizing other colleagues. And of course, this touches the HCAPS question, how often did the doctor and nurse listen well? Let me stop there. So great news, good job, all of you. I know there's more stuff. We always see and hear all the good news that comes from your patients and family members. Tell me more. Anything in the
I know that we have 6 Tower in the room, and they were recently celebrated for 2 quarters in a row having the greatest incremental improvement in the likelihood to recommend an impressed patient.
Awesome, yeah. Bravo. Okay, well done. Wonderful. What might contribute to that?
Everybody's happy on the unit, and I think that transfers over to the care that we're providing the patients. They see that the staff is happy, so they're happy with their experience here.
Good. Yeah, for sure. Claire, that's a great point. We're going to talk about that in an additional way today. In fact, we are going to talk about caring for the caregiver, because, as to your point, if the caregiver is not happy or whole or okay, it's really hard to give great care, right? And you all need help to get rejuvenated from time to time. Would you agree with that? Because what we'll talk about is everybody, especially in healthcare, you go through swings between burnout and resilience, right? And in any different day, you might be at a different point in the continuum, and that's okay, and that's normal. So I just want to acknowledge it. I want to just acknowledge another success. I've had the pleasure to work with some of you already in terms of shadowing and learning about you and learning about your patient population. The idea is that I had the pleasure to work with a couple of your team members, Dr. Lucas, Dr. Coletti. I am and will be working with some RNs and Ps, work with Susan in pharmacy. And the idea, of course, it's a one-on-one dialogue. I just observe. I don't claim that I have all the facts. I just say, here's what I see. They ask me, Jim, what do you see? Or here's where I think, help me understand this. Or here's what I think you could do, Jim, for me. And I'm happy to do that. So the idea is I observe somebody, and then that person kind of pays it forward and then observes somebody else, and so on and so forth. And the goal is to build that team strength and shared set of experiences and expectations, and share and choreograph dialogues. So always open to those who want to be shadowed. So any reactions, comments, thoughts so far? Great. Here is, as you know, our overall curriculum for the 6 months. We started with Forge the Bond. We went last time with Create a Great First Impression. What comes to mind? Here's a quick pop quiz. Anything you remember from Create a Great First Impression? Anything? What did we talk about last time?
Body language.
Body language. What did we say about it?
Extremely important, more important than what you're saying.
More important than what you're saying, definitely. Kate?
First impression is made almost instantaneously on a person, so smiling and, facial expressions are very important.
Definitely. Facial expressions, most definitely. Anything else? Good. Yes, we'll review some of those things as we use them toward our discussion today, co-create the plan. Again, all of this is about relationship-based care. Quick pop quiz. What's the difference between Forge the Bond and co-create the plan? I know semantics, but...
Forge the Bond more like kind of beefing up your coworkers and telling them what a good job they're doing, as opposed to, the health end and the clinical end of it, which is co-creating the plan, right?
So, yes, co-create the plan. Forge the Bond is more about you developing relationships with each other, strengthening there in order to then co-create the plan with patients. So, yes. So, a little hint to the little bit of homework you'll have today. We'll give you some time at the end to develop your fourth behavior. You've got some little strips of paper there. You might start thinking about what would be the fourth behavior that I would be willing to commit to between now and the end of the discussion today. In addition, you'll have an opportunity to refine. You've got all the list of all the behaviors. You all have a copy of that in front of you to remind you what you did commit to. And then you can discuss how are you going to audit. Remember, a simple example is something like, if I've committed to sitting down each time, and I have 5 patients today, I sat down with 3 out of 5 patients. Well, what happened with those other 2? Well, I don't know, in room such and such, there's no chair. Okay, how can I figure that out so tomorrow I can sit with 4 out of 5 patients? Okay, maybe let's just easily move the chair or something, or sit on the windowsill or something. But figure out a way you're going to audit your behavior. Ask a colleague to sit with you for 1 or 2 patients, or part of an interaction, or notice it yourself, but something. How will you audit? So that was the big picture of the curriculum. Here's what we're doing today, and I'm going to ask you this question in 1 minute. Why is co-create the plan important? We did talk about this briefly, but why should we even spend time on this topic? I'll give you a hint. Satisfaction. Often, caregivers tell me that when I am able to do this well, I just feel better about my role. Next, how do you do it? This is an opportunity for you to share what are the good things that you do. That's when we will have a discussion about, let's first talk about how you care for yourself. Because there have been many times in the past I say, let's talk about patient satisfaction. It's a wonderful topic, and some of you, I notice, patient satisfaction. What about me satisfaction? That's important. And you're right. You're definitely right. And Claire, you said in a moment, it's great. The team is feeling happy or satisfied, and of course that means different things on different levels, and that's a good thing. But it's not every day. I mean, sometimes tough things happen. So how do you make sure that you are feeling whole as a clinician, and making sure on those days or moments when you're feeling like you're swinging more toward the pendulum of burnout, how do you exercise resiliency, and what are things you can do to rejuvenate? It happens to all healthcare providers. At some point, they feel fatigued, and they move more toward burnout in some way, shape, or form. But then how do you swing back and self-care? We'll talk about 3 levels of listening. We'll compare and contrast the intelligence quotient, IQ, and EQ, emotional intelligence quotient. And then we'll apply that to the HCAHPS survey and specifics. And in fact, Jackie McCarthy will be here in a little while, and she'll share some data that look very good. And then in the last part, you'll have a chance to create your 4th commitment. So, as we do at this point, typically, this is a wonderful opportunity for all of you to jump out of your seats, raising your hands and say, Jim, I would love to share a reaction with you before we conclude today. Anything that you take away today, positive, neutral, or negative. Would love to have several people just say, oh, Jim, here's what I just reaffirmed something, or this is something that was new to me, or this is something that concerned me, just a reaction. Would love to have some volunteers who would like to help us. Some of you did last time. Can I ask you for a favor? Sure. That's not your discussion. I appreciate that. Will you be here for the whole discussion? Who else would like to be volunteered? Dr. Kemsey, it's good to see you again. I love your big smile. Would you be willing to help us out? You're thinking about saying no, that's okay. Just a reaction to the discussion today? No? You don't want to? Okay. Janine, would you be willing to help us out? That's right. We'd love to have some folks who didn't volunteer. That would be great. Susan, can I ask you, would you mind sharing something? I'd love it.
In order to stay after the session.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll invite you to say
Clarify my
the request.
Your request.
Just anything that you learned, a reaction to any of the material.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So you can decline. I'll ask you at the end, Dr. Kemsey.
Okay, sure.
You can surely decline. It's not meant to be a scary experience. So, okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, here we go. So, why do you think it's important to co-create a plan? I alluded to something a moment ago. Actually, what do you think? We've spoken about this. We're talking about you, clinicians, co-creating jointly, coming up with a plan for patients.
So everyone's on the same page and one main goal for the patient each day.
So everyone on the same page. Why is that a good thing?
So we're not telling the patient 5 different things when they're unique.
Yeah.
Feel like someone hearing something different.
Yeah, not a trick question. So most definitely. Anybody else? What do you think? Trisina, what do you think? Why is co-creating a plan a good thing?
I was actually going to say what she said.
Oh, no longer. You have to come up with something different.
It empowers the patient.
It empowers the patient. Peggy?
I was going to say something that's similar. It empowers the patient and it makes them more apt to follow the plan because they're part of making the plan.
More compliant.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that word, but.
Okay. Is that a forbidden word?
Yeah, it's, I don't know, I've heard that it wasn't like compliant, you don't want them compliant, not like a partnership.
I see. Okay. Kate?
I think it also helps the plan come to fruition sooner. If everyone's on the same board and everyone knows what has to be done, like you said, you don't want to say compliance, but there's compliance from all ends, then everyone's on the same page, things are going to get done sooner, because you know what needs to be done.
Yeah. Yeah, great. So efficiency, mind share. So definitely, what you're saying, one of the things you're kind of implying is because it's important to patients. This is a reminder. A poll from Harris Group, 2004, found that patients valued their physicians' interpersonal skills more than their clinical skills. Most people, myself included, I don't know how to evaluate your technical skills, but I can understand how you make me feel. And that's what we saw in one of the letters earlier about how the patient's family felt in terms of the care that Marissa gave. So another point, and you said this, So, by the way, interpersonal skills not only enhance clinical quality, but you were saying they do that by making things more efficient. And having a common message, again, is often a way to help influence some of those patients that may be difficult to influence. That goes further. What you were saying just a moment ago, patients who are satisfied tend to be more compliant with their own plan because they feel like they had a part in it. They feel like they have a part in it, they're, again, more likely to go along. Oh, and by the way, many of your peers nationwide and in the previous session we had today and yesterday say that I feel like I have more fun in my role when I feel the tangible results of helping patients. For many of you, you went into healthcare to help. And so that gives me caregiver satisfaction. Oh yeah, and by the way, if I have good rapport with patients, I'm likely to get sued less. That's not the only reason. It's a big reason for some people, but it's true. Anybody hear about the I'm sorry law? You know about this? This is it's a law. Remember, years ago, healthcare was much different. And when there was a sentinel event or something like that, and you had the lawyer and maybe the chief medical officer in the room, there'd be this tension. Right? Let's just tell the family what happened. And the lawyer's saying, no, don't acknowledge. Well, there's this thing, the I'm sorry law. You can say I'm sorry, and it's not it's not discoverable in a court of law. It does not make you liable. And in fact, the data show that when you've created that relationship and you say I'm sorry, patients are less likely to sue, frankly, because they feel like you're with them. On balance. Are there exceptions? There are. But on balance, that's the data. Do some research on the I'm sorry law. So there's a little bit of the why we're having this whole discussion today, which takes us to how do you do it? Caring for self, caring for caregiver. To help set the mood and the tone for caring for the caregiver, I'd like to share with you a very brief video to help demonstrate the concept.
Easy, miss. I've got you.
You got me? Who's got you?
So that's kind of the point. Who's got you? So in that video, who do you think Lois Lane represents? And Superman? You. Superwomen and Supermen doing great things for caregivers all the time. What happens to healthcare workers, again, they're impacted by this. And there are some times that, again, you need support. So that's part of the reason we're going into this brief discussion today about caring for the caregiver. To do that, we're going to talk about clinical resilience, preventing burnout, promoting compassion on a continuum. There's a center out there called the Schwartz Center. Has anybody heard of this organization? Renee, tell us, what do you know about it? Say it again. Different person. Okay. Irene, do you want to say anything about it?
Well, I know it from Schwartz Rounds, but
That's
it's
right.
more experiential where you share stories, particularly where we didn't get the outcome that we wanted to, and we talk about how it made us feel and kind of work through those challenges.
Because some of these cases, as you know, are difficult, and they stay with caregivers, and caregivers need support sometimes. At different sites, they have also different codes. I know Cleveland Clinic has a code Lavender. They call code Lavender. You know about that, Renee. You're shaking your head. Does LAJ have it? Maybe they call it something.
Well, they do Schwartz Rounds, so I wouldn't be surprised.
They do. They do Schwartz Rounds. Okay. And so Code Lavender is, again, difficult situation, and the caregivers who are involved in that take some time apart, and if they need some time to collect themselves or do what they need to do, they take the time to have that dialogue in a closed setting, a confidential, safe way to help the caregiver recover. So Dr. Ronald Epstein is going to share with us. We'll watch a very brief video. He comes from the University of Rochester, and he's one of the faculty who contributes to the Schwartz Center, which is named for Dr. Schwartz, who was a 40-year-old man who, in the mid-90s, developed lung cancer. A non-smoker, an athlete, trained, ate well, was healthy, developed lung cancer. And in his final weeks and days, observed that some of the caregivers he had were extremely present and created memorable experiences, and some of them were not. And it made him wonder, like, what's the difference? And long story short, is he discovered that those who were not able to be present and able to really give and show compassion, they were on the more extreme end of the burnout scale. Again, no condemnation. This is what happens to people sometimes. And he just said, what can we do for those people so that they can get help, so that they can keep practicing medicine if that's what they want to do, or so they can take time out and they can just be whole again. So he was the one who then, after he passed away, contributed philanthropically to the Schwartz Center, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization attached to Massachusetts General Hospital. And that's what they do. One of the things they do is Schwartz Rounds, which helps caregivers recover. They have a lot of resources on their website. But we're going to briefly go through this. And to start, I'd like to draw your attention just to the image. And Emma, if I may, can you see this image? I know it's a bit far for you. What's your sense of the sturdiness or the integrity of this pier?
It looks like the distal end is hurting.
Yeah, you're laughing. The distal end is hurting. Yeah, most definitely. You know what day this is? This is Sandy. Yeah, this is what's going on, Sandy. And obviously the waves are pelting, and the pier does not look that sturdy. The photographer, just a few seconds later, turned to his left 45 degrees and took another photo. Same waves, same day. We're drawing contrast here. What's your sense of the confidence level of this person? Marlene, what do you think?
I'm not really sure, because I don't know if he's contemplating going in, or he's contemplating whether he's going to decide to go in, or thinking about maybe he shouldn't go in. So yes, he is contemplating, but I don't know what he's going to do.
It's how you look at the situation that matters. They're both bad waves. I think this guy has a different perspective.
Right.
Great point.
So exactly right. So there are certain days when you may feel like, the waves are kind of pelting you. You may or may not feel like you have all the reserves to manage, and that's exactly the point. If you have a different perspective, on other days you may be feeling so confident that the waves, I may not have to fight against them. I may be able to ride the wave and go with it, and I have the confidence to go at it head on. So that's kind of the point of this discussion, and that's just an image to use as we look at this continuum between burnout and resilience. So from that perspective, allow us to use that as a beginning piece of this brief story. We'll hear from Dr. Epstein about clinical resilience and burnout.
With several hypotheses about resilience in healthcare for clinicians. The first is that compassion for others is facilitated by compassion for oneself. That is that, and I think most major psychology and spiritual traditions would tend to echo that one needs to be able to express kindness towards oneself. The second hypothesis is that resilience is, I think I skipped a slide here, is that compassion requires resilience, that in order to face and be present with patients who are suffering, that we ourselves need some capacity to deal with that suffering and not crumble in the presence of it. The third is that this resilience is a capacity that can be groomed. That it's not necessarily something that we're all born with, but rather something that we develop during childhood and adulthood. And the final hypothesis is that, the next hypothesis, is that well-being is about engagement, not withdrawal. We're not talking about when and where to take your next vacation, but rather how to achieve a state of balance, well-being, resilience within the work environment in which you're working. And then the final hypothesis is that mindfulness is a community activity. That is, that our efforts to become more self-aware, more resilient, and more present with our patients is not only contingent upon what we can do individually, but also what we can do collectively. The definition of resilience that I'd like to use is the ability of an individual to respond to stress in a healthy, adaptive way, such that personal goals are achieved at minimal and psychological and physical cost. And importantly, resilient individuals not only bounce back rapidly after challenges, but also grow stronger in the process. Now, why does this matter? Why might the public be interested in how distressed clinicians might be? Well, there's a whole body of research dating back to the early 1990s that correlate clinician distress with lower quality of technical care, riskier prescribing practices, more medication errors, lower patient adherence to treatment, more unsafe behaviors, lower patient satisfaction, and also factors within the clinician that might be subsumed under professionalism, erosion of altruism and empathy, unprofessional conduct, poor relationships with staff and patients. And also, clinician distress is costly. It results in higher attrition and job turnover, and for those who are interested in the bottom line, higher recruitment costs. Our theory about clinician resilience is that it's directly related to the quality of care and quality of caring, and that these things are all interrelated. Tate Schoenfeld and his group at Mayo have done a variety of studies in which burnout was measured in clinicians and found correlations between all three of these factors in medical students, residents, and practicing physicians. I want to say a word about burnout.
Let's stop there.
Christina Maslach, who did the seminar.
Let's stop there. Just wanted to introduce you to some of the concepts. How many of you are familiar with this concept about resilience? Okay, a few of you. Good, good. So just want to briefly review. What we're going to do now, actually, is we're going to give you an opportunity. There are some clickers where you will have an opportunity to vote based on this burnout and resiliency scale. So don't vote yet. Next. Oh, you're going fine. Just trying to get a sense today about where you are as a group, where you are as individuals. How burned out do you feel? In a moment, you'll have an opportunity to vote A, not at all, B, occasionally, C, frequently, D, significantly, E, severely. So take a moment now, if you don't mind. Sure. As soon as we have a Where's the one? 21. We have 21.
Everybody click again, one more time. There we go.
Okay. One person had a light touch. I heard some people say, wow. What makes you say wow? So it says 14% A, not at all, 64% occasionally, and 23% frequently, not coping as well as I would like to. So maybe an opportunity to spend time on additional coping mechanisms. What's your reaction? Does it surprise you? No. Tell me.
I thought there would be more B's, D's, and E's.
You thought there would, yeah.
I think it's how anybody can be A.
never have any sort of.
That would be impossible.
I think.
That's a very interesting reaction.
I mean, because everybody, I mean, that's quite a life of stress.
But I also think it has a lot to do with what your definition of being
Oh, you
burnt
know,
out
maybe the burnt out part is not the part that.
No, it's interesting because, you know, at the group, somebody made the comment, I can't believe no one is here, was the thought. Just, again, different perspectives.
Other thoughts? I hear there was some comment over here.
Oh, no, I was just agreeing that I can't believe 14% are at A. I figured that more would be at least.
You thought more would be over here?
Yeah.
So is this kind of this is more optimistic than you may have thought?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think in the hospitalist group, there would be no A.
Sure, I don't mean to laugh.
It's funny because there wouldn't be A.
Cheer up, Alex.
Okay. I don't know, so that's why I'm asking. Any others? Okay. So, thanks, Jen, yeah. So if you don't mind, if you would just pass the clickers back to the center and we'll collect them. So any reactions, we'll reshare this data with you. You may not know the answer yet, but let me plant the seed and see if anybody has any at least impetuous responses. Based on that data, what should we do next? Learn how to cope. So spend some more time on coping mechanisms. Okay?
I think
Sure.
that's pretty good. I mean, I think it's normal to be two, so I think everything's doing well.
Okay? So you think we're doing pretty well? Okay? Good. Well, thank you for that. So I just wanted to gather the data. And then all I'll do at this point, we're not going to go into much more detail, but since relatively few of you raised your hand when I asked you about how familiar are you with this concept of clinical resilience, just a reminder, here's one definition. Again, the ability of an individual to respond to stress in a healthy way, not only just simply bouncing back, but coming back stronger. It's okay. Part of the reason I, of course, a little tongue-in-cheek using the Superman video, you are all, many times, probably feeling like, you have to, hold the world and, in the image of Lois Lane, so to speak. And so how do you keep developing skills which take practice? And so the good news is just having awareness is a step, and watching your colleagues and learning from your colleagues. How do they rejuvenate, go away, come back and feeling okay and whole and able to be safe themselves and care for patients in a safe way? And this is a brief reminder of the continuum that was proposed by Dr. Epstein. Again, on one end, the burnout side, think about, again, the image of the pier. It looked a little bit brittle.
It looked like the waves were hitting it, the treading water image.
Versus the other side, the surfer who felt confidence, who was like, I'm energized, I can jump in here. And maybe there are days where you feel like, I had a couple of good conversations with difficult patients recently, and I felt like I had a positive impact on them. And I feel good about that, and it gives me a little more confidence. So I feel like I can do that again, and maybe that's helped me be stronger, and maybe that's created a different capacity for positivity in me, and I can maybe even share that with others. So again, it's a continuum, and I just wanted to address it for the
What
moment.
is AFGO?
The truth, I don't know what that is. I probably should have cut that piece out. What would you like it to be? Come up with something clever. I'm not that clever in improv, so. Any reactions to that? Okay. Well then, let's move to our next section. Again, this whole piece is how do you create
Or co-create the plan. Part of it is care for yourself.
The next part is understand how deep you really listen to what patients are saying, and then we'll get to the IQ and the EQ in a moment. Let's do that first. We'll talk about levels of listening. We're going to start with level 1 listening, which is all about me. It's looking at myself only and how events, stimuli impact me. So you see the individual looking in the mirror at himself. To demonstrate this, actually, I know we've just come through August, and we're at the beginning of September. A handful of you were on vacation last time. How many of you have been on vacation recently, by the way? A handful of you. Wonderful. I would love a volunteer, just going to spend 2 minutes. We'd love to ask you about your vacation and demonstrate levels of listening to you. Who would like to volunteer? Danielle, would you love to help us out?
I am on vacation, but yes.
Can you think of a vacation that you've had in your life? So don't move. So maybe I'll ask you, can you just move your chair here, and we'll just have a brief role play? Oh, you went to Florida? You can tell me. And you're going to all have the opportunity to do this with someone in just a moment. So you've been to Florida?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to demonstrate level 1 listening. So tell me more.
So I went to Florida a few weeks ago for a weekend. I went with my husband and my son to my parents' house in Delray Beach.
Delray Beach. I know Delray Beach. I've been to Delray Beach. I love Delray Beach. It's fantastic. I've been there last time. It was fantastic. I spent like 5 days there. The water is so warm. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it is. The water was great. The weather was great. It did rain one day, but for the most part, we had a great time.
So your husband and son?
Yes.
Okay. And what do they love to do?
What do I like to do? My husband likes to boat. We have a boat. So my parents also have a boat down there, so it's a board house.
Oh, fantastic. I love boating. I think I told you I grew up here on Long Island.
And that's when I used to always love going to my backyard and put the Hobie cat in the water. We'd be in there for hours. And we just loved to flip the Hobie cat, and then I'd pull the upright. It was a lot of fun. It was tiring, but you'd have to ride it.
Yeah.
The cat never, I'm sorry. Tell me about it. Tell me more.
Well, I mean, going forward though, I don't take the baby on the boat yet.
Baby, how old is the baby?
He just turned 1.
I have a baby. I told you last time. I have a baby. She's fantastic. Maya, yeah, she's 2.5 months old. She smiles all the time. She's crying all the time. She's a baby died. Oh, I'm sorry. It's funny you asked that. That's amazing because she's not sleeping. And my wife is not sleeping right now either, but I am. I can't believe that.
That's normal.
Thank you. So let me stop there for a moment, of course. First of all, thank you. Don't move. Thank you for playing this. How'd that feel?
You have a type A personality.
Tell me more.
That didn't bother me. That would bother some people, but you were jumping in, but you were fully engaged in the conversation, but kind of not because you were jumping into what I was saying. You were listening to what I was saying, but that's why
you turned it out.
Listening, but not really.
Yes, listening, but not really.
Listening, but not, what was I listening for, Arlene?
Words, keywords. Things that you could relate to.
Yeah, just basically jumping.
So, how'd you feel about the interruptions? Did you not notice them?
Oh, I noticed them.
Oh.
I think that's a personality trait, though. I think people that kind of have that type A personality I do that sometimes, and I catch myself doing it. And I think it's more being self-aware of how you are in the conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, there are probably times when it's okay to try to create a connection, but just wanted to give a sense of the interruptions and the focus on me. So if you don't mind, get a partner.
Try this. Ask about a vacation or something the person wants to talk. You'll do both people and interrupt. See how that goes.
By the way, thank you to Danielle. Wonderful. I appreciate that. Get a partner. Work in pairs. Who does not have a partner?
yet, please
So forgive me for interrupting. Let's debrief as a whole group. Tell me, how did that go? Christina, why was it interesting? What made it interesting?
To have somebody interrupting you all the time is not, no one talks to anyone.
Isn't that fascinating? You don't want to talk to them. Yeah.
Right.
So everybody knows somebody like that? But you have a different opinion, Renee?
And it was a great conversation. There's no depth into anything that it was just, they interrupt each other and one else is something else, so there was no depth.
No depth. That's why this is my kind of conversation. I am profoundly superficial. Yeah. I'm teasing. I get your, yeah, right? So you're asking something. I heard somebody say, keyword, keywords, and then interruption. How does the interruption feel?
In your face.
In your face. Smothered. Good words. Can't finish the thought. So, okay, and anything else? Yes? Well, go ahead, Sissy, what were you going to say? Come on, just cheer up, Sissy. How'd it go over here?
I actually didn't notice that Peggy was doing. I interrupted her. She kept talking.
She just kept going. That's good.
That's our normal conversation. This is exactly how it goes all the time.
Okay.
Well, both sides. I think it's
Okay.
well. It doesn't matter.
How would that go? How would that work with patients?
I don't think it will go well.
Okay. Okay. So just some observations. Let's contrast with that with the second.
Can I say one?
Please do, Arlene.
Now, I know that we're doing this exercise because of, our patient experience and we want them to have the best experience, but what I was thinking was of the patients and the families who, when they're asking questions and I'm trying to answer the questions, they don't allow me to finish. They come with another question. So it's going both ways. I know if we do it to them, it's not good, but then they do it to us too, and then they don't really get the information that they want.
Yeah. So what do you do? I don't know. What do you do?
Let them talk. Or try to let them know that, okay, you're asking me several questions at one time, and if you want me to answer, and if you want an answer to your question, then you're gonna have to let me finish what I'm saying in a tactful way.
In a tactful way. I like that. I like that. In a tactful way. Yes. Any best practices to share with Arlene then? What do you do? They keep firing away questions. John?
I do the same thing. You gotta take control of that and, tell them we just gotta slow down and one thing at a time. I'll answer it slower. And, exactly, they're asking 3 questions at once, you just gotta slow things down and tell them, I'll answer one slowly, complete answer, and then on to the next. I'm not going anywhere, so we'll just get, 3 questions instead of all at one time.
I like what you just interjected there. If I understood you correctly, you said, look, I'll answer all your questions. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just perceiving this, but tell me, I mean, the body language and the tone that you just used, you even started slowing down a little bit. And maybe you do this already, Arlene, just the way John responded there. He kind of calmed me down. And maybe sometimes, that doesn't always work with patients, but it sometimes does, so you're emulating.
Yeah, I tell patients, listen, I'm here throughout the day.
Yeah.
I only work in a hospital. I'm not going anywhere else. We'll come back and when your tests are done, we'll send you home and go over those answers.
So you're putting their anxiety, and you're lowering their anxiety. So does that help? Yeah.
Yeah, because you're right, because they're anxious, that's why they're doing it.
Yeah. It's a rapid fire. They're informationally needy. Why? What's behind the informational neediness?
Fear.
Fear. Most definitely, fear. And I bet, and some of you were kind enough to share this in some phone calls I had, I imagine, but correct me, often if you do make the investment at that beginning, let it go along and let them talk a lot, often that makes them less informationally needy later on. Have you noticed that? Sometimes?
I'll look out for it.
Alex? Are you?
I agree with that. If you put in a little bit more time in the beginning, they'll be less anxious and they'll ask less questions later on. Possibly even because they'll be listening more and they'll be understanding more because they're going to be less anxious. But you do have to refocus them. If they go off on tangents, I mean, I throw out apologies like every day, numerous times. I'm sorry, I know what you have to say is important, but can I just refocus you so that I can help out your family member and then we can get back to your question.
That's a nice way to do it. That's the way to do it. So we're going to go to the next step. That was level 1 listening. It's all about me. Next, level 2, it's more about focused on the other person, so there's an interaction. And it's about asking clarifying questions. Can I ask you a favor, Daniel? Can I learn more about your trip to Florida? Sure. Again? Can we try this level 2? Yes. Can I invite you to come up again? Thank you. So let's try this. You'll all have an opportunity to try this again. So here's what I understand. So, Florida?
Yes.
Delray Beach?
Uh-huh.
Husband and son?
Yes.
Boat?
Yes.
Tell me more.
Tell you more.
Yeah. What do you love?
Enjoy a weekend.
What do you love about your trips? Are there multiple trips to Florida? Is that a regular?
Yeah, we go about 6 to 7 times a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's convenient. Our parents have a house, so all we really do is we pay for the airfare, but with, your points and your credit card, we just scoot down there. 2.5-hour flight. We fly at night, the baby sleeps. We land, we already have cars down there, even.
Wow. That is easy. Yeah. So what's it like being with the whole family now?
It's really nice. You get to have some time together. My parents live close to us though up here anyway, but we see them all the time. But it's nice to be, together. And my husband likes long weekends because he can't deal with my family.
So there's a little information sharing.
Yeah.
So that's good. So what does he like to do in his spare time down there?
My husband?
Yeah.
He likes to go on the boat.
Okay.
My parents have jet skis, so we take out the jet skis. Well, I don't now because I have a baby, but he does it with my dad, and that's it. We go out to dinner, hang out, do the pool.
And the little guy?
He likes the pool.
Swimming? Some kind of semblance of?
There's no swimming. There's a lot of splashing. Splashing in the water, but there's no swimming.
Okay.
In fact, he actually drank the water, and then he got a coxsackie last week. I think it was from that.
Oh, boy. Okay.
That wasn't fun. It's a disaster, really.
Are there any moments that you have that you're allowed to want to see grandma and grandpa in person?
Oh my God, yeah, they love him. So it's nice.
So you have some.
Yeah, we have a few times.
We stop there?
Yeah.
How does that feel?
That was we were more mellowed. The conversations went back and forth. It felt like you were really listening and you weren't talking about yourself. Like you were feeding off what I was saying. You were asking me about what I was talking about. My experience, as opposed to the first time when you were relating to my keywords, how, from your perspective, as opposed to mine.
Any reactions? What you noticed? Peggy?
So to me, it was you asking her questions, her just answering. So it was kind of like a little bit of interrogation.
Oh, did it feel like I was
Peppering her with questions? Okay. Did it feel like that?
Maybe not.
No, I didn't
Okay.
think it felt that way.
Okay. But it's a good point. I mean, if my
I thought
pace is too fast.
you were trying to keep the conversation going. As opposed to if we were just having a conversation about it, I would have stopped it. Like, you know what I mean? But
Okay.
as if I was like talking to my best friend. I'm like, she really, like as if she wanted to know those details when a patient wouldn't, I wouldn't answer a patient's questions that into details. I would have diverted the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Great.
It's much more relaxed. Yeah.
It's more relaxed conversation. Okay. Well, thank you again, Danielle.
Thank you very much. Please find your partner. Try level 2. Focus on the other person. Think about how do you ask questions? What questions do you ask?
reactions for all? Sorry for interrupting.
Thank you. I would love to hear your reactions. Actually, this team first. Peggy and Sissy, tell us, Peggy, tell me your observation about how this went.
So, this conversation basically was the same until Sissy started a different subject, and she started talking about her experience sitting on the bench talking to patients. So all of a sudden, it changed the whole tone of the conversation. So I listened to her because it was interesting what she was saying. It was basically the topic we're talking about really dictated the way we were listening and talking, I think.
So, because you were saying you know each other pretty well
Right.
already, but for some reason that
was a topic of interest, and so you really kind of focused in.
Because I could see she was really interested in it.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to hear what she was saying.
What made you notice that she was interested?
She said, this is really, something happened and this was really great. And she started talking about it. So I wanted to listen to her.
Okay.
Oh, it made her happy. So I'm like, all right, let me hear it.
So, pace, tone, or body language changed a bit. Any other things you noticed? This level 2 listening?
How it was different from level 1?
More detail.
You got more detail?
You had 3 members here.
Tell us more. Who was an observer at one point? And what did you take away from the dialogue?
That they're involved in each other's conversation, attentive listening, and yeah, it shows that the other person really cares.
Okay, so there's a little more caring. Okay, so here's what we're going to do next. Third and last. And Danielle, if you're so kind,
sure.
I will ask you again. Here's what we're going to talk about now. Before it was just internal, it was me only. Then it was focused, asking about the other person. Third is more global. So it's picking up other things that you just touched on. Mood, pace. You touched on that, the environment, body language. So, Danielle, one of the things I noticed, by the way, this is not a joke. If anything's too personal, you don't have to answer.
Oh, I'm having that.
Okay. That's okay. So, what I picked up on last time was you have a wonderful opportunity. You see your family in Florida, and you have your family up here. So it's great. I mean, you have a family unit, grandparents, your kids, so your son. I'm sorry. How does that feel?
Feels good. Great.
There looks bad. No, I mean, I'm joking, but I mean, not everybody has that opportunity to have grandparents and sons.
Well, I had a really close, growing up, my grandparents lived right next door to me.
Oh.
So I grew up with having a very special connection to my grandparents.
Oh.
So that was important to me, that my childhood. And we're close, and it worked out. And my husband's, my in-laws are actually very, very good too, and they're helpful.
So the grandparents were who?
My mom's.
Oh, your mom's. Okay. Wow, so the family unit was really close.
Yeah. All my cousins live within 15 minutes.
Oh, wow. So it must have been a lot of...
19.
19 cousins?
Yeah.
Wow.
A lot of family. That's wonderful. How did it feel to have so many?
Growing up, it's great. I mean, even to this day, we all go to my mom's now on Sundays for dinner.
Really?
There's about 40 of us.
Oh my goodness.
Every Sunday.
Wow.
That's wonderful.
Who cooks?
What? Everyone brings that?
I mean, pasta. Right. But the gravy we make once a year, usually actually next month. We make fresh gravy from fresh tomato sauce, and then we have a surplus for the whole year. And we crush the tomatoes.
That's wonderful.
Kids love it.
Let's just stop right there. What do you notice about Danielle's energy?
Yeah.
What do you notice, Nicole?
You got it.
She's got it higher. She's up when she talks about it.
She's, say that again?
She's up when she talks about it.
Obviously you're passionate about family. You're telling me about your family unit and the food aspect of it.
Yeah.
So we're kind of going into your values.
Correct.
I don't know, you were open enough to allow that.
Actually, so any other observations? This is global listening. What do you take away from this in terms of how is it different from level 2? What's the difference?
What did you feel? Did you feel any difference?
You steer the conversation more.
How?
I don't know. It maybe, I don't know.
Well, I was just trying to listen to what was important to you, and I found you went to family, and you said, yeah, we're with my parents. You
How
started.
did we start talking about Sundays? I don't know.
I know, you just went there. You said, I go to Florida a lot, and then you said, I'm with my parents a lot, and then you said, I have my grandparents right next to me.
Yeah.
And so you started sharing what was important to you. And then you started getting very excited, and everybody started responding, and then you started telling everybody. That's a good thing. So thank you again for sharing your... So that's the third level. There was, not only did we talk about your values.
Yeah, see.
Tell us more.
Everyone's looking for an invite. Where the gravy is stored. My parents had 3 freezers that are in the outside.
Wow.
That they store.
Okay. To be continued. This is a great dialogue. So notice Danielle's body language, her emotion. You're talking about just social stuff with your family, large family. You're implying, values and your perspective. So this is a different level than the conversation we had before, where I was asking you about stuff. You started to get into it, but it was, I would argue, but correct me, that it was not that as deep. And you were telling me some of the facts, but you got more into the emotional side of it, and you started getting excited. So last time, meet with your neighbor one last time, and try this. Notice the questions that you asked. Did anybody pick up on the questions, the way questions are asked? You can try what questions, which make it wide open. You're kind of listening for values, maybe. You're watching for the energy to change, and then when the energy changes, then you can go deeper and ask a probing question. But take the time to listen and see where it takes you.
I think it also depends on the person that you're talking to.
Most definitely, sure. If you create that trust and openness, sure. So take a few minutes now, please. This is the last one.
interrupting the conversations. Forgive me for interrupting. Sorry to interrupt your discussions. Thank you. We'd love to hear anything new, any different observations about this one, level 3? When you did it?
I'd like to.
How so?
Just lighter and, easier flow of conversation.
Okay, so you felt it was not so different from 2?
Yeah.
Okay, anybody feel it was different? Not so much?
More emotion.
More emotions in it?
I think it's a bit more personal.
Yep. Okay, you got more personal. So one of the things I'll encourage you to look at and think about, one of the things that I noticed in Danielle, again, I thought we did get into more values. We got into a kind of a different, doesn't always happen. I'm just saying in some cases it does. To your point, it depends who's in the dialogue. You'll see a shift from just 2 people to a situational awareness. We talked about family. I was trying to wait when you would light up a little bit. Actually, if you don't mind, Laurent and Alex, I thought you shared, you don't have to, shared some interesting stuff, even though you know each other already.
If I may borrow a phrase, you just said that we know each other, but I kind of knew when to, what was the word? Like to go deeper, or you knew her cues, you said? And how do you pick up on her?
Body language and, like, she gets more enthusiastic, she'll talk closer.
Oh, so she physically got closer about,
not like.
Sort of lean
But you really did.
And you're talking about kids, I think, at that point. So that's what I'm just asking you to notice, that sometimes it goes to a different level, and that can sometimes be perceived. So 3 levels of listening, and I just encourage you to think about that and make those distinctions and notice those, how you can use those to your advantage with patients. Just, again, it's an image, but moving from 1 to 2 to 3, noticing this person is, look at the body language of this person who seems either distressed or worried or something. There's a pretty strong emotion going on there. So those are the 3 levels of listening. And in fact, in terms of resilience, did you notice what, if anything, from this last exercise could we use in our work with resilience? Resilience being the ability to not only cope, but to be able to rejuvenate, bounce back. Anything from this exercise that might be relevant for resilience dialogue? Well, here's what I'm getting at. The data show that caregivers and people tend to be more satisfied when they feel like they have at least one other person on their team that they work with, that they have some kind of rapport with. And so that is one way to strengthen your own resiliency and your own reserves. So there are times you can confide in others and just share what's going on with you. So those are the 3 different levels of listening: level 1, level 2, level 3. Before we get into comparing and contrasting IQ versus EQ, the emotional intelligence, Jackie, delighted that you're here.
Yes.
Thank you. Jackie's going to share some recent data with us.
Yes.
Thank you.
So if you wouldn't mind just taking one and continue passing it around. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm the Director of Patient Experience at the hospital. I joined in January. Very excited to be part of this program. Thank you for the invite, Jim.
Great to have you.
What I'm sharing with you today are a few data points around HCAHPS, which is our survey that measures patient experience from the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and also some data points from Press Ganey for patients' likelihood to recommend the hospital. So the first data point at the top of the page is the North Shore University overall hospital performance for patients' likelihood to recommend the hospital. In Q1, we were in the 53rd percentile, which means that we were scoring more competitively than 53% of hospitals in the country. In the second quarter, we were in the 49th percentile, and in the third quarter, the hospital is now in the 78th percentile. And this is a tremendous jump. This means that for likelihood to recommend, we are scoring better than 78% of hospitals in the United States that utilize Press Ganey. And if you look below it, the nursing units in particular, when you tease out just patients who were discharged from the nursing units that are participating in this
education, you'll see what the trend is there. 74th percentile in likelihood to recommend. Then when we carve out a data population that's even deeper than that, and we look at the 28 physicians, the hospitalists that are participating in this program,
and we look at how their likelihood to recommend scores have improved as a group, you'll see that they went from the 27th to the 18th to the 78th percentile. So we believe very strongly that the people in this room are driving this change for our hospital, because medicine is such a huge service line within our hospital. You take care of a third of the patients that are coming through the hospital, and we just want to thank you for that accomplishment.
So the next two pieces of data that I'm going to share with you are not an eye test. I apologize that the font is so small, but what I did was I highlighted the
3 columns in yellow that are really important for you to look at.
So we have on this sheet communication with doctors, communication with nurses, pain management, communication regarding medication, and discharge, which is listed all the way to the left. And those are the HCAHPS questions, and the aggregate of those questions rolled up into those bold headers. When you look across the sheet, what you're looking at is our N, which is our sample size, and our actual score from the patient. And then the yellow column is the percentile rank. So in Q1, for example, nurses treat you with courtesy and respect was in the 19th percentile. In Q2, it was in the 15th, and now it's jumped up to the 38th percentile, specifically just for the units that are participating in this program. If you turn to the next page, the data is even more exciting because it represents the 28 providers, the patients that were taken care of by the 28 providers that are participating in this session. And you'll see communication with doctors. For example, doctors listen carefully to you. Went from the 3rd percentile in Q1 to the 1st percentile in Q2 to the 68th percentile in Q3. So we're still receiving surveys from patients. The N for the hospital, I think, was about 700 surveys, so you're about a third of that. So this is really significant improvements. We just wanted to thank you for being so open to all of the wonderful content that Jim has shared with us. And we want you to know that we will keep providing you with this data, and we just know that this isn't a fluke, and this is really due to all of the hard work that you're putting into this program. So thank you.
Wonderful. Good job, Erin. Thank you. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any reactions to the data? Or any questions?
Wonder in the second quarter, we seem to have done poorly, and everything had dropped.
Any ideas on that? So I know that our throughput, particularly in the second quarter in the hospital, was a significant challenge. And when we're having throughput issues in the emergency department, it affects medicine patients more so than other service lines, for example, OB, planned surgeries, and things of that nature. So when you have a patient that's waiting for 2-3 days on a stretcher before they come up to the floor, that service recovery for caregivers that are on the inpatient side is very, very challenging. And we saw a very significant volume during that time in the hospital. And I think that there were some things that we could have done probably to perform better service recovery during that time, but now with the help of a lot of the tips and tricks and education we've been receiving from Jim, I think that we're really doing a better job at de-escalating some of those situations and keeping patients more informed as to what to expect.
Question. So good job. Keep up the good work. Here's where we are in our discussion. We've been talking about how do you co-create the plan.
First, we've been talking about caring for yourself is important, having the awareness of kind of where you are on a regular basis on a continuum in terms of your own feelings of strength and or need to rejuvenate. We just had the 3 levels of listening, so that's part of how you co-create the plan. Janine, I appreciate your comment. You know, in this one, I didn't feel such a big difference. Maybe there are those moments where you're listening a little bit longer to a patient to understand it, and then suddenly you get it, you hear what they say, and you're like, oh,
that's where they may be kind of stuck on something, and I can help them move along. And
sometimes, again, we don't always know, but sometimes you're listening long to patients, and they're going, it seems like they're going in circles, but then suddenly they reveal a piece of information, you're like, oh, now I understand, and now I have an opening for how to move this conversation along. Does that sound familiar? You've been there? So that's the opportunity for the 3 levels of listening. And Arlene, you make a great point. The flip side is you're trying to communicate information, and you're just getting peppered with questions, and you can't even share. So it's like, maybe it's time for me to just be silent and let that happen until I have my opening and use some of the tips that maybe John shared. So that takes us further then. We're going to look at a model. We'll look at a 90,000-foot view level of the Daniel Goleman model. This is the IQ versus EQ. Why are we talking about that? Because, frankly, our brains are wired to make us emotional creatures. Think about most of the things we deal with on a regular basis, the tough stuff. It's often about tough people and tough situations, if you think about it. I mean, sometimes it's about maybe a tough thing or a tough product, but it's often about a process, and it's about people, believe it or not. So how successfully we handle those things, it's not easy, but with practice we can get better. That's the emotional intelligence stuff.
How do you influence people?
Create teamwork and move things along. So if we were to look at IQ versus EQ, the IQ, specifically, to oversimplify, it's the technical stuff. It's analytical thinking. It's more concrete, tends to be more thoughts, versus the EQ stuff tends to be the feelings, the ability to have the insight to ask more probing questions, to see when somebody's revealing information that will enable you to motivate them. Why? Because you understand their desires, their aspirations, maybe their family values. And you say, hey, family's important to you. Have you considered this or something? Children are important to you. So then you have an opportunity to really use your own skills in terms of emotion management. And in terms of leadership, whether you're in a formal role or informal role of leadership, you need both to be successful, frankly. So it's not only about the IQ, it's about both. And this data comes to us from UCLA. In fact, a hospital in LA. They looked at 60 clinicians and how they manage stress. Basically, what the data show us is the relationship between emotional intelligence and performance. These 60 clinicians were faced with a stressful situation, and how well they responded correlated with their own emotional intelligence. The ability for them to name precisely the emotions they were feeling, so that their own self-awareness, then their ability to regulate that, so not to overreact, but to regulate that, and then use that in terms of the social connection. How do I connect with this person in a way that I can influence and motivate? So again, on the left-hand side, the IQ is more of the concrete thinking, versus on the right-hand side are things like teamwork, influencing, self-confidence, empathy. And Daniel Goleman says, really about 2/3 of the competencies deemed essential for high performance are related to EQ. So EQ matters twice as much as IQ. And in fact, I would argue, and I wonder if you agree or disagree with this, that often people earlier in their careers, we tend to use more of the technical skills, more of the IQ earlier in our careers, and as we develop and interact with people more, you tend to use more of the EQ as time goes on. What's your reaction to that? You think that's true, Laura? What makes you say that?
I mean, just over like the last 3 years that I've been hospitalized, and I feel like the emotional intelligence that I use has increased a lot, and that's helped me take care of patients better. Like less getting fired, less issues, less,
And just practice, time and experience, would you say that's helped to develop those skills? Yeah. So, increasingly important as you move on. So, although IQ doesn't change over time, EQ does, and you can learn to get better at it. Your point is a good one. For the last couple of years, seeing more situations, it's like more case studies, gives you more responses to more situations, so you have more fluidity. So here's a 5-component model. We'll use this in a very simplistic way, and then you're going to have a chance to work with your table mates on some very specific issues. Here's how we'll use it, and I'm going to use, forgive me, I'm going to use a bit of a negative term about a patient, but to try to demonstrate the concept. Drug-seeking patient. Okay, I don't know that for a fact, but let's say I feel suspicious of that. Here's how I would look at this 5-quadrant model. Self-awareness, ability to recognize and understand my own moods and emotions. How might I feel about a patient who comes in asking for more, lauded, or whatever? Okay, this might be long. I've seen this patient before. We've had this dialogue before. It's going to make me take more time, have more patience. This is a tough patient. It's emotionally exhausting. Is this familiar at all? So that's how I may feel. That's level 1 listening. It's all about me, right? It's my response. Whether I'm not yet thinking about this person may have an addiction,
they may have issues that
they need help with. So it's more, this is my own self-awareness. But how do I regulate that? Okay, instead of saying to the person who shows up in the ED, are you back again for more drugs? Yeah, of course, I'm not going to. Self-regulating, the ability to control or redirect disruptive impulses and moods, the propensity to suspend judgment. My thinking is drug seeking. That's already kind of a negative way to frame the situation. If I think like that, I may behave differently. I may ask questions that are leading questions, like the one I just did. But regulating myself and then taking a step back, motivating. Like, why did I go into this role? Well, I'm assuming, I'm not a clinician, but I hear from your peers that, look, I went into this, not only for, the money or the status, but, I am legitimately trying to help people. I'm trying to use my skills. This is something I find enjoyment in. And then from that motivation, getting to a place of, then I can empathize a little more. This person is yelling at me or frustrated with me. Maybe it's the addiction talking, and they're frustrated that they're here in the hospital, rather than me just thinking this person's going to require a whole lot of extra work on my
behalf, and I'm going to be late. So using the empathy to get you to then using your social skills. How proficient are you in managing that relationship? Building networks, we talked about forging the bond. In the case study we did last time, we talked about what additional resources could you tap into? Social work. We talked about contacting the rabbi in the case with Mr. and Mrs. Cohen.
Talking about talk to the nurse manager on the GI unit we did last time. So that's the 5-quadrant model. It's a whirlwind tour. Any reactions? Okay. I'm going to allow you to hear another person share with you what she felt and look through the lens of that 5-component model. This is Dr. Danielle Ofri. She works at she's an internist at Bellevue, and she tells about an experience in her first few days on the job.
Well, I was even a physician when I was in first year medical student. I volunteered along with some classmates to be a rape crisis counselor for victims of sexual assault at Bellevue. And the whole year, after we had our training, we had the beeper pass hand to hand. When we did a page through that page, but one night, in the middle of the night, my pager went out. First time in my life. So I pull my clothes, I run over in the dark to Bellevue, and I finally find my way to the triage desk, ask the nurse to say who I am. She points out this patient, who is this clearly homeless woman, kind of semi-catatonic, disheveled, no socks, old blanket, old clothes. So as I approached the patient, powerful scent, rancid odor of unwashed feet and living in the subway. It was really awful. And I stopped, couldn't go any further. I thought I was going to vomit, and I was just queasy beyond belief. And I thought, how am I going to do this? And I remember that feeling of, I did say I was going to be a doctor and help patients no matter what, and there's a Hippocratic oath. I cannot do this. And then a roach crawled out of down her arm, out of the folds of the clothes, just sauntered down the arm. A God-fearing New York City roach, and just kind of went around the corner and went back in. And that was it. I backed away and I hid behind the desk thinking, I quit. And I sat thinking, what do I say to my supervisor? And while I was huddling behind the desk in fear and disgust and loathing, this nurse aide came by. She was an older Jamaican woman, not an RN, one of the lowest level aides. She walked over to the woman and put her arm around me and said, come, let's go get you cleaned up. There's a shower back there, and we'll get you some clean clothes. It feels so much better. And she just wanted to get up and I walked with her down the hall, the ER, into the shower area. And I knew that this woman was smelling the same thing I smelled, seeing the awful divine, and yet she was able to do it. And seeing her give that care and empathy, she really was the lesson in empathy, my very first one, made it easier for me the next time I thought about that nurse I've had for decades now. I never knew her name, but she really taught me the essence of caregiving. And so I think one of the ways in which we overcome that is seeing others do that and realizing, that patient, that could be me, and I would want someone to get beyond their disgust and help take care of me. So good role models help a lot.
So there you go. Perspective from Dr. Danielle Ofri. And so if we look at that, use her experience, we can look at that model. Again, so the self-awareness piece, for example, so her thoughts, how does this impact me? It's a rape victim, but what she thought was, oh, this victim smells, feels sick. Then there's the roach. I noticed your body language, I heard it, it was palpable in the room. Many of you really like roaches, I can tell. So that's the level 1 listening. It's about me. Again, this is a rape victim.
We're not there yet. But then the self-regulation.
If you go a little bit further, she talks about, she backed up behind the desk. She pinpointed some specific emotions. I felt loathing. I felt disgust. Okay, what do I do? How do I manage that? Let me take a step back. And before I go to my supervisor and say anything, let me reassess. And remember, I wanted to be a doctor. Why did I go into this? Well, to help people. So that takes her to the example, the person who didn't mean to be a role model, but the Jamaican nurse's aide that she spoke about, who came, put the arm around the rape victim, and said, here, let's get you cleaned up. That's empathy. And that therapeutic touch was, by virtue of her seeing that, was the leadership moment for Dr. O'Free. She took that away years later, and she remembers that. So that's the model. So she pinpointed specific emotions. Some of you mentioned that. I'm just going to share very briefly with you, and then we're going to take a break. Here is an emotions wheel to build your emotional vocabulary. Dr. Robert Plutchik developed this several years ago. He's professor emeritus at the Albert Einstein School of Medicine in Florida. In the center, you see this first concentric circle. It talks about 8 very powerful emotions. Now, these may not be the ones that you feel, but this is how he named them, and you can rename them if you like. But the way it works is each emotion has a diametrically opposite emotion. So grief, ecstasy. So maybe loathing, admiration. And as you go further from center, you dilute the emotion a little bit. So from grief to sadness to pensiveness, slightly less intense, to so ecstasy, joy, serenity. And it's pinpointing different emotions. And once you know them about yourself, you can respond differently, rather than being reactive and allowing the emotional hijack to take over. I'll give you a very specific example of emotional hijack with this next slide. Imagine this is 0 is any one of us at calm, equanimitous. And from calm, you can go to emotions that are kind of very, very negative and or more positive, but less intense to more intense. And the example I'll give you is, so now let's imagine I get cut off on the 495, on the LIE, going home, and it's February, and it's icy, and I have 3 kids in the back, and it's nighttime, and I don't have good tires. So I get cut off. And at that moment, I'm feeling, uh-oh, what's going on? Are we okay? I feel the wheels fishtail, and there are a lot of cars, and I wonder if I hit the car next to me or not. But a few seconds go by, I'm terrified, but a little more time goes by, and I'm now kind of calming down, getting fearful, and now I'm looking, is there somebody else chasing that person or not? Do I have to look around for a second person? I'm apprehensive. Okay. Little by little, I get back to normal, I get calm. Okay. But now, somebody pulls up next to me, and I start thinking, wait a minute, that person just threatened me. I can't believe they did that. And if I don't know my own intelligence, my own emotional intelligence, I'm going in this direction. Of course, given time, I'll probably come back down. But if I don't know that, the person next to me who's driving along is just completely peaceful and going on their own way, I look at them and I'm like, what are you looking at? That's not an appropriate response. And it's so, but if I do know myself and I can say something like, okay, I know I'm going to get back to center. I bet I'm going to start feeling real anger about this person. Let me not take it out on this person next to me. So that's the self-regulation. That's the self-management piece. And you do this on a regular basis, I'm sure, just dealing with difficult people. So the data here show that basically when subjects are able to name emotions, this comes to us from UCLA as well, there's more activity in the cortex, meaning that the brain activity shows reduced activity in the amygdala. That amygdala hijack shows that naming feelings can reduce reactivity. The more you can be precise about how you're feeling in that moment, the more opportunity you have to have different responses to stimuli, and you have more control. That's the concept. So The quick review of the 3-part communications formula. We talked about body language. What were the other 2 pieces again? There's body language, so thus there's eye contact is part of body language. What was that? Tone of voice. And third, if there's body language, there's also regular language, words. So there's words, tone of voice, body language. If they equal 100%. Actual words, remember the percentage by any chance? It was small. 7. Exactly. Tone of voice, a little more, 38%. Body language, the greatest. Meg, well done. So, so that's right. So body language has a significant impact on your emotional intelligence with others. I say that, I remind you of that because understand how your body language may impact others, the way you react to something. Again, in this case, Danielle Free, if she was dealing with the rape victim at that moment and she saw the road, she may have gone to help him and I got, fearful. And then if she can catch herself and say, oh, forgive me, and then re-engage, that might be an appropriate kind of way to catch yourself. So we're going to go through this, and we're going to take a brief break, but let me show you this 4-quadrant exercise, and then you can work on this with your teams and take a break. So we just did this. We're boiling those 5 components into 4 domains. The self-awareness, the top of this model, actually, it's about awareness. Self-awareness and social awareness. The left side is me alone, self-awareness and self-management. The right side is social, me and others, social awareness, and then kind of social management or relationship management. So again, self, social, awareness, management. The way it works is, again, the victim smelled, I saw the roach, so that's the self-awareness of how that impacts me. How do I manage that? I backed up to reassess. I remember what I'm motivated to do to help me respond differently. I saw the nurse's aid as the role model, and her therapeutic touch inspired a change in me. So that's how I can then manage relationships in the future. So what you're going to do is, I'll give each group a brief scene from the Cleveland Clinic video. Anybody not see that? When we did that in the first session? You're all here. Okay. So I would like to ask this group, you're going to take this one. Here's how it works. Look at the 4 quadrants. Doesn't understand completely. Just go through it. How does that impact you as humans, as individuals? What do you feel? How do you manage your own reaction? And then the 3rd quadrant is, what's your social awareness? And then how do you manage this relationship? So the 4 quadrants. So you doesn't completely understand. Next group, can I ask this group? Worried how he will pay for this. So look at this. This patient is concerned. Obviously, they've been injured or something's happened, and they're concerned about finances. Questions? Okay. Next, right that stroke. The team in the back. Can you see this? Worried how he will take care of her. So walk through the 4 quadrants. First one, again, is how does it impact you? Do you have a feeling about that as a human? This individual, the husband in the elevator, thinking about it. There's no one. How does that impact you first as a human? And then manage your own reaction to that. And then how would you manage him? Does that make sense, Emma? Next, this group. You only have 2 members? Are they coming back or are they gone? Okay. Too sharp to comprehend treatment options. So your first thought is, how do I feel? If I were too sharp, how would that make me feel? Does that make sense? The last one for this team, car accident 6 months ago, pain won't go away. Make sense? What's your feeling about that? So we'll take 10 minutes, take a break, and then, so it's 5:24, about 5:34, we'll reconvene sooner if you finish sooner. Take a few minutes to discuss with your team and take a few minutes break, then we'll reconvene. Oh, I'm sorry.
External, you're an external person, so, is this one that you have again? Yes. So,
We're not done because we're not people. We're outside of
yes, you're gonna come back, you know, I'm gonna go
We have to
person doesn't understand.
No.
And so, what's your, as a human, I'm curious, what's your reaction when somebody doesn't completely understand? What's your first reaction as a human?
Looking at her face.
You said, that's what we have to do. How might that impact you, the fact that she doesn't completely understand?
No, she didn't. She was Mary Lawrence.
It's just starting with, this is trying to like that one listening. Yeah, some others.
That happen, you know, you're like, she was really together with her mom.
You know what?
And so then how does that drive your decisions and the way you look at it and?
Then you get a teacher.
Actually, you asked for it, how did I pay for this?
The first quadrant is,
How did you react?
Now I just want to create
like one of the other groups, he may or may not feel the same.
And what are the other positions? So you can feel good, you can feel good, as an outsider, that's why I said present.
How would I feel taking care of her? How would I feel
Well, they just, they have my,
Oh, I don't know.
what I do based upon this job.
Yes, we were the person, where we're like,
So
are there the injured
So human on the outside, just kind of the questions to you, Jesse.
what's your name? One, that's 40 dollars. You and I have 5 dollars. Yeah.
No, I'm asking you, what is your relationship? When you read this, what does it make you feel?
It's like 20 pages long, but some of this stuff is nursing care and hospital environment and all this other stuff, but how much is it to
Yeah. My reaction might be, you got a team,
but,
so they can actually try to
So these are the gut reactions. But that's nothing to do with
That's legitimate, that's the kind of candid, it's legitimate. If you're having those thoughts, it's probably, that's why. But I want to catch myself. So even in that's what I do. I've done that way. And he's on the Nick on because he wants more. Catch yourself.
Thank you. Listen.
So that's the beginning point. Does that make sense? Yeah. Gut reaction is human. Then it's like I can't breathe it. So let's regulate and then say, okay.
The more options.
Well, I was handling her trauma.
This is after this one.
Just to,
How am I going to manage myself, knowing I'm the body of really good. And one thing you might say, you might say, you know what?
patient testing. She got it on with the blood draw. She went to the ICU. But that's besides.
Otherwise, if you're gonna stay in it, you may say something you regret, mislead.
That's the most difficult management. Because one of the scientists that they say.
But when you're in that, sissy, she'll laugh, she'll cry,
It's over. No matter what I say, they're going to say, going on all these accusations about these.
I did an email.
Okay. If you have a chance to respond, I thought it. I remember, when we were routing, you said there was.
That I can't realize that all the cardiologists never said it quite that.
She's
You and I, we walked in there, and the nurse said, they said, we need a doctor.
specifically to tell you. I know, maybe just to put into words.
You don't say
That'd be great. I mean, obviously, there's something that she's doing very well, and I want to celebrate.
Something that I think going
Even like she's tall,
they got a tough situation, they're on the stretcher, it's noisy, it's not pleasant, a lot of people, so I like to get annoyed and frustrated like this. It's something like, PR, is it me? Why some behaviors that's reality is run by them.
especially now one week.
I trusted you, you know, you asked me questions. She
doesn't come to me, but like when she comes to me and I can tell one thing that she could feel waiting and it's not, but when she calls me in for something too, I'm not on my own. She's there with me. So we
I recommend
build together, we don't have our things done together.
So that's a very specific behavior, so she was, well, as a teammate. Not everybody.
And she's not just saying, see you where, and go on.
So what I'm saying, I don't get it.
All those things.
They thought they could,
Trust is huge.
One thing that, I don't think it does but it should be a whole thing, how to deal with it. Not you're doing it. You are not.
She doesn't do something that I tell her to do. She doesn't to be done. I'm not gonna
That's not perfect. The biopsy.
She has integrity. In other words, when I was a kid, I don't know what school they say, it's what we do when we
it really puts you
so she does right things.
regardless of what I say or what anybody else thinks.
That thing just didn't go in vain.
I didn't check it.
Yes. New lung mass.
Good to hear. Take notes.
New lung mass.
Okay, yeah. Heck of a. Yes, I know. What is the name? Oh, wonderful. Texas, that's where he's from. Okay. Wonderful. Congratulations. You are. Okay.
Who's the third one?
Wonderful. Well, congratulations. No, I will congratulate him. Does your family know this family?
I wish we had parents or whatever.
They're checking it all out. Okay. Good. Wonderful, okay. Well, we're going to get started again. I know some people are not yet back.
Sorry.
This team, can I ask this team, I know you maybe didn't go through all 4 quadrants, but can we start with you? The first quadrant, I thought it was you had a couple of good perspectives. And we'll start in just another second. It's your reaction to that. We'll start there. So we'll actually get started again. I know the others are not yet back.
Concerns are genuine.
So if I can interrupt your discussions for one moment. So, forgive me for interrupting.
I'm sorry.
Come on back, yeah.
I thought that, we didn't really.
You didn't discuss yet?
Not yet, because she went to the bathroom and he's gone to the bathroom, so.
That's okay, so,
We didn't do that on our break.
okay.
We braked.
You broke, and now you're back. Well, just sensitive to time, that's okay. When I get to you, you have a little bit of time before you go. Focus on the first quadrant, which is your reaction to the situation. Typically, the later quadrants, that's stuff you know inherently. Part of the discussion is due to the fact that instead of jumping to the 4th quadrant, we're pulling it apart, part by part, because that often gives us opportunities to say, hey, maybe I'm making some snap judgments here. Maybe it gives me additional perception about how to empathize and how to have different dialogue that might be different from a level 1 dialogue to a level 2 to a level 3. It's okay if you wing it. We'll do it briefly. But I'll invite this team to share their perspectives first, and then I'll go to, we may not do all the teams, but we'll have a couple of these dialogues. So here's the first one. This team, car accident 6 months ago, pain won't go away. And I thought it was interesting, a couple of you had very different reactions to this. So quadrant 1 is the self-awareness. Now, you as humans, what did you feel when you saw this image and read the words?
So I said, that sucks. And that would be frustrating.
Can you hear Emma? Can you hear that? Okay. And that would be frustrating because?
Because it was 6 months ago, you want to be better by then. If you're not better, why aren't you better? Is it ever going to be better?
Yeah. So this is the first quadrant. Other reactions?
And I said, is he kidding? Is he have a lawsuit or something? Why does he still have that thing on his neck? Is he faking?
Yeah, that's real candid. That's the emotional intelligence. These are real reactions. Anybody else have any thoughts about it? You see this? What else are you thinking might happen? I used a negative stereotype, a negative label before. It's like, is he coming, more medication? Right. So just being aware of what your real honest gut reaction as a human is, that's the point of the first quadrant. Like Danielle O'Cree. She's dealing with a rape victim, but she's focused on the roach is disgusting. Wait a minute, there's a rape victim here, somebody who needs to be consoled, so it's how do you get there? And frankly, what this is about is like, how do you help others get there with who you work? Take us to the second quadrant. So if that's your initial reaction, the second one is self-management.
So I would not say to him, are you faking? Or are you, drug seeking, or,
Anything like that.
Right. Or try to yank off the
or try to take it off and say, kiss hands or something, or accuse him of lying.
Right. So it's being careful about what your response is based on the thinking.
Or
that
make
you have.
faces and go,
Yeah.
Can't do any of that.
Yeah.
What you're trying to say is that you would listen to his side of the story?
Just a little louder, Sissy, say that.
No, just listen to his side of the story based on being aware of your own emotions.
Yes. So now you're getting to the third quadrant, which is, this is now the social awareness. So you're listening more. I'll just go back to that. So keep going. So so this person who's got pain, so now you're saying, tell me more. Let me go from level 1 listening, which is how it impacts me, to level 2, which is what else is happening. It's, okay, what's the organizational awareness in terms of, is he able to get around the hospital? Who else in the organization can help me? And then last, what's the relationship management piece then? So you have a dialogue with this person. How do you manage this? You still got pain after 6 months. What do you do next? This is the piece that you typically know well. What would you do? Say it again.
Call somebody, call pain management, call others. That's the 4 quadrant view.
That's the 4 quadrant model. How you react, how you manage your reaction. Then, okay, take a step back and say, okay, that's how I feel. That's level 1. Let's get to level 2 and level 3. What's the social situation with me and that person? How can I empathize with that person? And then how do I manage that? So let's have one more team. Is there another team that would like to volunteer? I know you didn't have a whole lot of time to work on this. I know, Meg, you didn't have a lot of time. Which was the one that you worked on again?
The white-handed stroke.
Yeah.
White-handed stroke. Do you mind just walking through it out loud? So tell us, what was your immediate reaction to that? How did you feel as humans when you saw this?
I'm sorry for it.
Do you think this could be one of our parents, probably older parents? And
His worries are genuine.
Yeah. So worries are genuine. So good. So that's the level 1. That's your immediate reaction. So now, how do you manage that in terms of now beginning to address this individual?
First piece is your immediate reaction. That's self-awareness.
Self-management. Is there anything about that reaction you have to manage?
To be careful not to go overboard with too much feeling.
Empathy.
Sure. Most definitely. Okay. And so then the upper right-hand quadrant, which is then social awareness. You've already mentioned, you can empathize, and you just mentioned that. Then the 4th piece is relationship management. What would you do for somebody like this? How would you manage this?
You need to know what resources to.
And what are some resources?
Case management.
Case management.
Right.
Yeah.
until,
Chaplains.
to help the patient understand that, quite often in the stroke, it's worse at the onset. Most everybody recovers something. Time will tell. It takes 3 months to your maximum recovery. There's plenty of time for things to work things out. It may look bad now, but, that kind of, more the management and the neurologist will probably help with that, but
Education.
it will get better. How much better, remains to be seen.
That's a nice
We'll have some deficits that you can have to relate that to them as well.
Well, that's a very nice way to lay it out. So we won't go through all of the 5 examples, but the point of that discussion was to look at a model, to take a step back. In those moments when you might have a very difficult patient and you don't know what to do next, use your emotional intelligence for how do you co-create the plan. And when you're feeling frustrated or stuck or it's a long conversation that's going over and over again the same way, take a step back and say, wait a minute, maybe I'm feeling frustrated because this is taking so much time. Let me just acknowledge my feeling about that. How am I going to manage myself? Okay, that's quadrant 1, that's quadrant 2. Now we can have a different discussion about empathy because I can see things different from that person's perspective. There is no one-size-fits-all formula for these cases. They're complex. This is why we're having the dialogue. This is about patient satisfaction. You all know inherently what are the right things to do. We're having this dialogue, so you're sharing the wealth with each other here. As I mentioned, with IQ, which tends to be static for people's lives, EQ is developed and it grows. And so it happens through training, watching others, listening to others, sharing your experiences, getting to best practice in terms of what do they use. I didn't know those words, John, the way you laid that out. I think that's a nice way. It's kind of a positive way to say there will be some, ability restored. We don't know exactly what the extent of that is. So, I just learned from you there. So being intellectually smart, IQ alone is not enough. The EQ you're using more and more, and that's everything to do with being a good communicator and leader. The only thing I'll say about these kind of mini case studies are that your emotions are contagious. Don't underestimate the power of your words of reassurance. I used the letter again at the beginning from Marissa, and her words from the perspective of the patient were so encouraging.
Her and her team kept saying, she and her team kept saying, we're excited to see you walk out of the hospital. And you never know how powerful that can be.
So emotions spread like viruses. Goleman, in a different book, he is the father of emotional intelligence. In Primal Leadership, he says, you clinicians are high-status individuals. When you express empathy in a healthcare setting, you spread emotional contagion. I say that because
don't underestimate the power you have there. It's not always only clinical, so your emotional response can really help. Smiles are very contagious.
The flip side is true. I just wanted to point out that there are some cases where team's general mood, if it was down, that contributed to negative feelings on behalf of the patient. So just notice your mood. That's emotional intelligence too. That's relationship. That's social intelligence. We've been talking about IQ, there's EQ, there's social quotient too. And you know, many of you are very good at that. So the summary here is that the good news, you can learn to be a more emotionally intelligent leader. Let's keep having the dialogues with each other. And like all skills, the more you practice, the better you get. So that's the end of the IQ versus EQ discussion. Any closing comments, thoughts, or reactions? Okay, we're coming toward the tail end of our discussion. If you would, please just shift to the HCAHPS survey that is on your desks. This is the actual survey. It looks like this. This is what patients see. And the very good results you got are a result of your own treating patients with courtesy and respect,
listening well, and explaining well. Again, I want you to see this again
because the scale for patients to respond, you see it in front of you, is never, sometimes, usually, always.
The scores that Jackie shared with you are always. Patients are saying always about the care you're giving. That's tough, and you're doing it, so you should feel good about that.
The next part I'll share with you shows the interdependence of those questions. You nurses, again, you're asked, there's 3 questions asked about your care specifically. There are more general questions. It's courtesy, respect, listening well, and explaining well. This fact demonstrates that patients who are confused and anxious, they're not able to remember their own meds.
What percent of patients discharged from hospital were not able to recite their own meds list?
What was the number? Yeah, it's a high number. 72%. They're not able to recite their own meds. They're anxious. They're worried about how they're going to pay for things. They're medicated. And so it needs to be repeated to them many times. The survey that you have in front of you shows nursing communication questions, which I think are 1 through 4. And then the doctor communications are 5 through 7. Right? Then, notice the 2 of those work interdependently. You influence each other's scores. When nursing scores tend to go up, the doctor's communication scores tend to go up, and vice versa. When these go up, these tend to go up. Notice that together, if you're on the same page with the same message to patient regarding these things, pain management, communication about meds, and discharge planning, patients feel that. And in fact, the way you communicate about these things is a subconscious indicator and influencer to how patients answer these questions. So, Tristina, you're shaking your head. Does that make sense?
It does. I actually had a patient, like, in regards to, like, discharging and, like, pain and, like, you know, medications and stuff. I had a patient the other day where she was a newer hit, but she was here, like, about a month or 2 ago. And a medication that she was on, she basically was taking the medication completely wrong at home. She was taking 100 milligrams 3 times a day, where she was supposed to be taking 50 milligrams 1 time a day. And she told me, I didn't read my discharge papers, I didn't read anything. She had her whole medication list that was given to her when she left. And I asked her, I said, she gave me the papers, and she said, yeah, I didn't read this, I just went home and, you know, I took whatever I thought I should be taking. So it was a whole, like, miscommunication. Like, I don't know if it was explained to her properly when she left, but she just basically told me, I just take what, you know, I think I should take at home. And I think like discharge planning and explaining it to them is really important because it was a medication that she shouldn't have been taking 100 milligrams of 3 times a day.
Right.
So it's all really important, especially communication.
Yeah, great point, great story about how repetition makes a big difference. In some cases, I know you're rarely able to do this. Do we have anybody from pharmacy here still?
No, okay.
But anyway, I've heard in some cases, for some patients, it's like, look, you take this pill so many times a day. I know you can't do that, especially for patients with that, but sometimes it's that level of specificity.
Our transplant patients get a picture.
They get a
Picture.
of,
Like we send a diagram home with them
Oh, a
of what
picture
their med looks
of-
like and.
oh, wow, I didn't know that. So that's a great image for them to see at home. Fantastic. One specific comment. Here's one about communication about meds. I think this is either 13 or 17. Tell me, before giving you any new medicine, how often did hospital staff describe possible side effects? Is that 13 or 17? 17. This is a communication about meds. The only reason I mention this is because for patients who are confused, if you say things like, after you take this medication, you might feel dizzy or nauseous. That's different from, if you take this medication, the side effects will be dizziness and nausea. To you, it's easy that you see them, interchangeable. To the patient, they may not get it. They may not register that. The side effect is. So I just encourage you, it doesn't take a whole lot of extra time. Just use the specific words in a simple way. These things the reminder here is these things are interdependent. The more that you as a team can work together to explain things well regarding pain and communication about meds, that's a good thing.
To summarize, just a few key tips about how to co-create the plan.
You've been sharing many best practices already. Keep reintroducing yourself. That goes a long way toward courtesy and respect. Keep introducing your role. Involve patients. Look, what is the first word? What do you understand about your condition? Is a very different question than do you understand? Because that's a closed-end question. Then the answer to that question is yes or no. If no, then okay, you want to go further. What do you understand is different. So that goes toward listening well. Use layperson terms, not medical terms, to explain well. And of course, co-create by teaming up. We've been saying that a lot. Work with patient. Are you comfortable with treatment? With family, with nurse and physician, partner on pain and med management, and then review the discharge discussion. Justina, you made that point very well. We won't go through all the IHI tips. These are on their website. This is how IHI recommends co-creating the plan. One of the things they say at the top is record patient goals. Address patient goals. Now, I know in the past, some people have used the whiteboards. If I understand correctly, the whiteboards are no longer in use in most rooms. I think you're moving toward electronic boards.
But somehow have some kind of visible way to state that and work with patients about that. That's important.
Just another one, number 3, find out what makes the person feel happy, alive, and connected to the community and help them reconnect. You did that in your discussions, level 1, level 2, level 3 listening. You listened for the person's body language, you watched their body language, and then you went a little deeper to understand more about them. And when you can, flatten the hierarchy between the person serving and the person served. He's just sharing that with me. Somebody was telling me that they go eye level.
Yeah.
I like that story, too.
Oh, you sit at the bedside. You were telling us earlier. Yeah, and you're really eye to eye with the patient, and that you said you noticed that makes a big difference.
So keep doing that. So the last thing then I'll ask you to do in the last few minutes then, that section was about how do you co-create the plan? Care for yourself, understand your own place on that continuum, burnout versus resilience. 3 levels of listening. Be aware of when you're just doing level 1 listening only. Go deeper to level 2, which is focus, and level 3, which is global. Compare and contrast IQ versus EQ. You have a 4-quadrant model. And then know how that applies to the HCAP survey specifics. So here's the last section, behavioral commitments. Take those little slips of paper. Please, this is, in the last few minutes, I'll ask you, what's the 4th commitment you would like to spend time on for the next month? And to briefly summarize, from what we did last time. Here are some, you're all on the right page generally, but I just invite you to think about, instead of a big, some of the commitments were vague, some of them were excellent right out of the gate. A vague one was one like sitting more. Okay, we get the point, that's the right thing to do, but more specific would be, I will sit down with every patient, and then, okay, today I was able to sit, again, 3 out of 5 times, how can I get that to 4 out of 5 times tomorrow? And in this 4th commitment, just write a note or a sentence about, so what's your audit plan? So take just a couple of minutes now. Oh. You. Okay. You. Is it okay if I leave these with you? I can bring them to Jen tomorrow. You want to share? I know you are. 80%. I'm sorry?
Go over what your first 3 were.
Jim, everything you do, yeah.
I'm also working in my community space, so I'm getting involved in art sometimes, so that's where I like direct.
I don't know how to,
Yeah, so,
sometimes like.
and there's an ED group.
Instead of just right away, I want to just overwhelm.
This is I love coming here though, because I get to see it most of the time, so. Where did you grow up, Jeff? Oh, okay.
You should,
Yeah. Well, my husband's still here.
So you don't stay at a hotel, you stay.
I do stay at the hotel, yeah, because it's right nearby. I mean, not that. If you're still writing, keep writing, just finish and we'll just, we'll summarize. There are a couple of you, if you don't mind, I volunteered you, so you can opt out if you like. Susan, Anu, Janine, if you like, but it's not only it's not only the 3 of you. I'm just asking, any reactions, thoughts, positive, neutral, negative, about today's discussion?
I thought it was interesting about the intellect intelligence versus the emotional intelligence. I guess I never really thought about it that much. Like as a clinician, I feel confident with my intellect intelligence, and I feel like I'm doing good for the patient as far as administering chemotherapy, doing everything like that, but I never really thought how much my emotional intelligence was part of the whole caring process.
Yeah, I imagine in your role as an oncology nurse, you really use it on a regular basis. Okay. How about your team? I imagine your team is using emotions on a regular basis because of the kind of patients.
Everybody, yeah.
Thank you.
I think the HCAP survey is very good. If I go through this every day and talk to the patient, according to whatever we want to do,
okay,
then I think that will be helpful.
Okay.
So that we can improve the Pascali, not Pascali score, HCAP score.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Susan. Sure. You can take the $20 bill on the back. Thank you. Any other thoughts? Okay. Well then, what I'd just like to say to you is thanks for this discussion. We co-created the plan. You guys are doing great work. It's a pleasure always to work with you. Thanks. Keep it up, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Great job.
You ask for a dress here.
Not that I know what the science is.
Founding Seven Paths.
We know specifically into that level.
Thank you.
How to come up with a plan, all of that is that. So, we will have that very specific
Everybody, you know.